to be visible. We want our community to be seen and to be heard. And I think by doing so and collaborating with other organizations in New York City is going to amplify us. If we all, the Arab community, organize together as organizations and people like we are in this on this call today, I think we will knock the ball out of the field, like my son always says, playing baseball. We could do this. It's not hard. Putting down our egos, pushing forward for a community building. I did it in Florida, and it was one of the hardest things I've done in my life. And I had to, swallow my pride sometimes. And you got to push, right? Stakeholders. We're all stakeholders. We're all community leaders, and we need to work together. And the only way we can do so is by building that foundation together and being visible, because we all represent different parts of the community. And if we come together, just like the Latinx community does, we work greatly with the Hispanic community, with the bodega owners, and we have a sisterhood and brotherhood together. In the fight for merchant services. We can also do this on a platform, on a political platform. It's new for us. I know our community is new because Mohammed said the trust of leaders internationally when they're coming from places that have dictators, it's not, still having that trust issue. I think we are in a point in our lives in the community that we trust each other. We know we have the best interest for the community. So I think this call today of having us together here is actually bringing us together, understanding what we're trying to push out on our initiatives and how do we collaborate and engage our community at large.
Yafa, I know that you are one of those people who's been knocking on the doors, who's been walking in the streets, who's been organizing, right, and doing all the things. So I wonder, how do you make sure that people don't just say, oh, Trump is out, I can take my ball and go home now, things are better? Like, how do you keep them focused?
Through our youth. So our youth program is so amazing and they're so empowering. And I never used to be this active when I was young, but times have changed and they don't stay quiet. Our youth have been participating in so much civic engagement. They did census last year. They've been participating in our city council. They've been learning how to do testimonies and testifying. And to me, something like that would have been so jittery, but they're not afraid. They're like, I have the right to be on this. You're going to hear what I have to say, and then you better come back with an answer to city council members. And so it's so amazing to see how engaged they are, but also that they come to us for leadership, for assistance. And so one of those ways that we actually really got out in the community is through our youth and also through our women empowerment program that Sumaya had mentioned before, who was also a part of empowering our women at AAANY. Through the women and our children, we've discovered that we've made a bigger impact in our community.
Those young people always put me to shame. I just feel like the oldest old guy. But Muhammad, as a man who's approaching age as well, I just wanted to ask you, I'm about to ruin this Bill Gates quote, but he said something about people always overestimate what they can do in 2 years and underestimate what can be accomplished in 10, like something to that effect. So with that in mind, looking at the sort of short term and long term, what do you see us using the fire for that can really impact and change the community, move forward in the next 2, 10 and beyond, using that young energy?
That's exactly it, though. You're hitting the nail on the head. And, to Yafa's point about youth and women being leading this charge in our community, right? It's really why I have such hopes. I mean, when I started doing this work a couple of years ago, like this very specific work to increasing Muslim representation and BIPOC representation, in my mind, it was a 20-year project, because you're talking about a community that's in its infancy essentially in terms of organizing, right? And in order to get to a place where, I mean, you said earlier, you only have, one Arab right now, I think, American in Congress, right? And that is a really small number, of course, all things considered. But what we're seeing down ballot, what we're, having Colorado elect its first Arab American state legislator in Iman Joda, which is Palestinian American, and having Indiana, of all places, elect, its first Arab American Muslim man to their state senate. in Fadi Kadura. Like those are things that you're seeing. We're seeing that people running again, and like for bigger things. You've got 3 Lebanese, Americans running for mayor in Dearborn, right? Like that's granted, it's Dearborn, I get it, right? But it's still like that's still progress. And the fact that they're not just 3 people running; they're 3 people who are seen as all very viable candidates, right? So what's really encouraging, because I was concerned about what's going to happen right after Joe Biden gets elected. What you're seeing though, which removes some of that concern, is that the women and the youth running things, but also you really are again seeing people with resources actually understand, like, because the community is very giving, but oftentimes it's been giving to charity that like abroad oftentimes, right, like trying to figure out, because to deal with a lot of the like hunger, poverty, other things that exist in other countries, they now see the connection between policy changes in the United States and in this case, for instance, like let's say foreign policy changes, there people are finally seeing those connection points, which has been a long time coming. But I think actually, just it's our job, all of us here, and other people who are now working in these different organizing communities, to make sure that donors, that just like the community in general, continues to understand it. And I think because we have so many new groups that have popped up over the past 3 to 4 years, like we're talking about, I don't know, we're probably reaching 100 different groups across the country, if not more, of doing very specific organizing work related to policy advocacy. That's very unusual, and that's again like there's a lot of energy, and that's really it's our job to make sure that people stay energized, and I'm pretty confident that we're going to do it.
So in the service of staying energized, I'm going to ask each of you to do the most unfair question that I'm able to ask today. So in 4 words or less, I'm looking at you, Vetna. I want you to describe to me what we started with. And the rest of you, it's coming up too. So get your thinking cap on. But the short answer for what activism has to look like to be relevant from now for the foreseeable future.
I was trying to say 5, but you said 4. So I'm
hit me with 5. You're first. Go for it.
We have to be visible. We have to be visible.
Samaya.
Bold and visible.
Yafa.
We need to stop being scared. Speak up.
We got to be unmuted, like you just unmuted yourself. Mohammed, bring us home.
I'm going to say loud and unapologetic.
All right, that's a great place to leave it. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate the time and the thought that you put into this and the work that you do every day that delivered you here. We really appreciate you. Thank you for taking part in this Be Heard Amplified Town Hall.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
for having us.
We also want to mention that the Bric Be Heard Amplified podcasting classes in Arabic and English are in full swing right now. Presented with Moya in partnership with AAA NY and Yama. Make sure you're listening out for their individual podcast this summer. And now to play us home, once again, the Brooklyn Nomads.
Hey guys, I'm Chef Natasha of Bear Restaurant. Today I'm at Sahadi's, a Middle Eastern store that sells gourmet foods that's been here for over 60 years. Full of amazing stuff you might never have tried before. So the 5 ingredients I want to cook with today are dates, quinoa, olives, local feta, and pumpkin seeds. Let's go shop, guys. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Okay, so I would like some dates here. Thank you. That's beautiful. Let's do this one, yeah. Fried green peas, my favorite. I think we're gonna get some cheese.
I'll choose the 6 years.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So we're getting some domestic feta. There's Hungarian feta, French feta, Greek feta. They all have a little different level of salinity in them, so which makes them either crumbly or more creamy. So you can. Some of them you can blend into spreads, others you want to crumble on some salads. So we got some really great prepared foods here. If you just want to build a quick little appetizer for your party. Can I get some sardine rolls? Yeah, just 2. And just like a little bit of baby octopus. Beautiful. Thank you. You can come over here and just try all these different things, get a little bit of everything, and it's just fun. I'm at my restaurant Bear in Long Island City. So I picked up my 5 ingredients at Sahadi's. So today I'll be cooking with quinoa, olives, pumpkin seeds, dates, and feta. I also decided to get a couple other things that are just so fun and kind of in the style of how I cook. So I got a little bit of zakouski for you guys. You're gonna also use some baby octopus and some sardine roll-ups. To cook quinoa, you don't really need a whole lot. I have some stock boiling here. You can use chicken. I'm using chicken today. So I got my quinoa here. I went for the red. You just add it right in. And usually the rule is about 1 to 1. So 1 cup of quinoa, 1 cup of water. So while that's working, we're gonna work on our ingredients for what goes into the quinoa. We have 3 different types of dates. So this is the raw, fresh dates. That's what these things are gonna look like eventually once they're cured. So you cut little wedges like this, and then you just kind of pop it right open. All right, so these are dried figs. They have like all the great meat in there. And then the dates, so that's these. You could add it to your savory dishes. Again, this could go really nice into a red wine sauce or a barbecue sauce. So now we're gonna work on a couple of side dishes that I like to call zakouski. And zakouski is a Russian word. It could be meant to bite on or, a little snack or an appetizer. I picked out 2 things. One is a pickled baby octopus. So these are kind of cool. The other thing I have is sardine roll mops, they're called. They could be herring, they could be sardines that you can stuff. For instance, this one is with olives. Then the other one we're gonna do is our pickled baby octopus. Again, this one we're just gonna add a little bit of fresh parsley to it. We're also gonna use some extra virgin sunflower oil. It's a completely different flavor than olive oil and something that really sets Russian food apart from Middle Eastern and Mediterranean foods. So we have that ready. So I got 3 different types of olives. I have French mix, I have Lebanese oil marinated, and a Greek mix. So all these different olives have a different salinity to them, different texture. So we're just gonna get all the flavors kind of mushed in together there. Basically, I'm making a little tapenade. So the other thing that we picked up at Sahadi's was some really nice local feta. All right, so this one is It's a little more on the firm side, which is kind of what you want if you're making a tapenade. You don't want it to be too watery. And our quinoa is almost ready here. All right, we're just gonna add in our ingredients. So we have the dates, gonna go right in there, and the figs. Okay, I'm gonna add in just a little bit of, these are pre-cooked brown onions. Caramelizing onions is, it's really a great skill to have. You can add them to anything. So our other ingredient, our last ingredient is pumpkin seeds. So I'm really happy that I saw these pumpkin seeds are actually a very prominent ingredient in Ukrainian and Russian cooking. So that's gonna give our quinoa some cool color, and it's gonna give that unique crunch to the dish. So I just made a meal for you guys using quinoa, a variation of dates, some feta, olives, and pumpkin seeds. And we also have our zakuski appetizer here with the marinated olives and sardines, the tapenade, and pickled baby octopus. All right, let's dig in. Cheers.
The Carnival of Connectivity is inspired by Victor D'Amico's Children's Art Carnival. Victor D'Amico ran the People's Art Center at the Museum of Modern Art. His famous line was, "Art is a human necessity," and really like food. So that's very much behind the Carnival of Connectivity. It involves connecting art to people's lives, to what's happening in the community. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being part of the Carnival of Connectivity. It really means a lot to me and to many others in the community. And as you can see, the projects are totally a work in progress. Some are not even figured out yet. So a couple of people are going to be figuring them out today and sort of bouncing around ideas. Many of the Carnival of Connectivity artists have been in this community for 25 years or more, so they really live and breathe the Gowanus, some of them. It's a group of about 30 artists, educators, poets, and performers. Most of us practice alone in our studios, which is the central sort of core of our work, but taking some of those creative ideas and getting together with a community and applying them to the world seems really important too. Logistically, there are going to be tables to spread out and do your thing. We've made the t-shirts so that there's something that identifies us. An example of a Carnival Connectivity project would be Birds of the Gowanus. We're going to be talking to the community, what birds have you seen, what birds have you noticed have disappeared, and interacting with them through art making and through conversation. And it's just a way of connecting people to the place they're in and their environment.
This is meant to be materials that the birds can use to make their nests.
Yeah, materials for the art.
And we tried to find things that were all biodegradable so that you could hang it in the tree and just leave it there and the birds could come and help themselves and make their nests.
Donna and Joanne are working out this project as they speak.
I think we're going to have a really good time.
I think we are. I started these prayer flags by doing collages on a string that are also made up of found objects, and this one has some language on it.
That is terrific.
It could be very open, it could be writing, it could be making, it could be
I love it.
And someone at, I guess, the Gowanus Canal Conservancy was introducing us to a lot of the vocabulary that's swirling around the Gowanus.
I was looking through the language that I had received. Climate justice, social resilience, cohesion, which is, points to the knitting, and sustainability. I think that this language can be a jumping off point for people who want to make something.
Right.
We'll figure it out.
We will.
We're partnering with the Gowanus Canal Conservancy and learning from them about the Gowanus community. And one thing I kept hearing was the word knitting. We were going to try to knit the community together somehow. So we sort of decided to lay over the whole project, knitting, weaving, thread crafting, crocheting, as a sort of a, I guess you'd call it a visual metaphor for pulling the community together at a very fractured, difficult time. Charles Goldman has people make glasses out of wire, and then he's going to be working with Paul Benny, who's a performer, to have people perform in them.
Nice job. You guys want to do it? These are your perspectivals, okay? So when you put them on, you know what the word perspective means? Like how you see something, right? Your point of view. So when you put these glasses on, your point of view changes. So I want you to think about how you would change, what point of view you would change in your life. And then you're going to stand here, and like we just did with your friend with Ben, you're going to fall backwards when you feel the spritz of water on your face.
But why is the perspective change?
He's asking you
why does it change? It just does. I thought about what I want to change my perspective on, and then I put on my perspectacles, and then Paul sprayed me in the face, and I fell backwards onto the mat. And lo and behold, when I got up again, my perspective had changed.
What did he spray you in the face with?
Gowanus Canal sludge. The sludge changed your perspective.
That would really change your perspective.
I'm the owner and editor-in-chief of Dapper Q, which is a queer style website, but we also do fashion shows. This is our 4th annual queer fashion show during New York Fashion Week at Brooklyn Museum, which has now become the home of queer fashion during New York Fashion Week.
Welcome to Brooklyn Fashion Week. Hello.
Tonight we are featuring 10 queer designers, or designers whose work is systemically rooted in gender nonconformity, and over 70 models.
I'm walking for audio heel play. Got this little leather and lace going on, a little shoulder pad. Give a little Beyonce moment.
I'm a trans queer fashion designer, and I'm here because I just love to celebrate community. I'm here because the community here is just super exciting. It's buzzing with just like that energy that I like need from a fashion event. I've shown at other fashion shows, but this is it.
Our fashion show, we hope, really reflects a wider variety of people, of bodies, of racial diversity and ethnic diversity, of size diversity, of gender diversity, and all are welcome on our stage.
I think it's really important for queer and transgender bodies, people of color bodies, to see themselves. I personally, as a disabled trans person, love aesthetic and love visual aesthetic, arts aesthetic, and fashion aesthetic. But in the mainstream, I don't get to feel or view my own bodies or my own experiences. And I think what's really pivotal about Dapper Q is that it incites and informs a fashion sense that isn't necessarily mainstream, but does pull from communities of color, from communities of struggle. I think there's this gap around what people conceive as politics or social justice or more leftist art, and then high fashion. And somewhere Dapper Q is that gap between, having those conversations.
My motto is live brave, dress brave. So what I want to do is make people feel very powerful And I feel like this is a community that understands why that's important.
Fashion in general could be a tool of our oppression or of our liberation, and we really feel that queer style is on the cutting edge of being a tool for our liberation. It has great emancipatory potential beyond the LGBT community. So that's what this show means here today. So we're taking a stand and we're using our garments to be visible and to be proud. Brooklyn is inclusive. Brooklyn is rich. Brooklyn is full of artists, and we want to be at the forefront of keeping fashion and art alive here.
To me, this gym here is an institution. This here is bigger than just a gym. We have big brother figures here and father figures. We talk to the kids, you know, and get them, we mentor them in certain things, you know, about life. And a lot of these kids that come in the gym today don't have parents. So it's hard for them. I've been here all my life pretty much. And this is all I know, you know what I'm saying? But it's in my heart. This is in my blood, man. I train kids, and we don't get paid to do this. We do it for the love of it. Somebody got to care about these kids. Just like I say, you know, if this gym wasn't here, a lot of these kids would be lost. They would be lost.
Yeah, I've been like arrested in a boot camp. I've been to Rikers Island, you know. I've been to hell and back, it seems, you know. I didn't know if I wanted to be a boxer or do I want to be a gang member or a drug dealer or alcoholic. It really saved my life, this gym right here. I don't know where I would be if I never stepped in this gym. What I do appreciate is the chance that, you know, God has given me, you know, to come back and be the person I am today. Because without the sport of boxing and discipline, things like that, I wouldn't be here right now talking to you guys.
I grew up like right around Marcy Projects, where I grew up in a house, you know, like a 3-family house, whatever my family owned. So a lot of the kids from the other neighborhood, they would kind of see you as kind of weak, and you know, I wasn't the biggest kid to start off, you know, so I built a lot of confidence by boxing. And there's a lot of tradition here, a lot of great champions as you look around on the wall, you know, people that started out just like you, that weren't the biggest guys, that worked out, developed their body. They also have this like incredible confidence to them, and you just inherit that from being around here.
Everything we got here came the hard way, you know what I'm saying? Like, some gyms are real state of the art. This is like the real grit. So it kind of made me a man kind of training in here. My father took about 3 guys from my building and brought them here when we was younger. Kind of helped us stay out the street somewhere.
I be in this gym, 6 o'clock, gym closed at 9. I'm like, come on, 1 more round, 2 more rounds. I put everything into boxing. Like, everybody say, I'm the heavyweight of this gym. I'm not gonna say heavyweights is not high rank, but like, all the attention is on the smaller guys. And like, they need heavyweights to bring back the repetition. Like, back then, Riddick Bowe, Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, like, all those guys. So like, that's why I'm here, like.
When you're in the ring, it's just me and another person. And even as a little kid, I felt that. Sort of like a chess match. My brain against your brain. I tried to be tactical. I said, I'm gonna try to hit and not get hit. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. That's not what I want to do. That's who I am. And if you look at my resume as a fighter, I'm a champion. I was a 4-time national champ, 2-time New York City Golden Glove champ, twice ranked #1 in the USA, ranked #4 in the world, 3-time was Golden Glove champ. Let your hands go. You feel me? Put them on defense. Give them something to think about. Here we go. Slip, make them miss, make them pay. Dig the body. So what I pass down to my prospects is believe in yourself. Don't break down, break through. Even in my time as a fighter, I was inspired by those before me. The Mark Brelands, the Riddick Bowes, the Michael Bennetts, even a lot of the trainers, George Washington, Harry Keith. Those trainers, because I know they fought. Some of them won titles, some of them didn't, but they fought. And what they learned, they passed that on to me. And I'm from this gym that done bred so many champions and badasses in the state of boxing. A lot of the most respected champions in the world. How can I represent this gym and not try to be one of the more respected champions in the world? I make the gym look bad. I'm out in Detroit one night and I go to a little pool hall and I'm having fun shooting pool. I get to talking shit with some guys and you know they wanted to bet money. Long story short, they jumped me and I got hit with the pool cue and the muscles and the nerve on my left eyelid are weak. This reminds me of what I had and what I lost when I look at myself. When you think about it, I was done with boxing because all that dumb shit that I'm out there doing, that's not something that a top boxer does. Those are not the actions of a champion. I messed up a lot of those opportunities and swept the rug from under my feet. And today, what brings me back here to the gym is like, this is where it all started. This is where it all started. This is what I do. This is what I know. This is what I love. And hopefully, just by my teaching, it's not necessarily teaching them boxing, but talking to them, telling them about the experience, what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? And things you got to do in life. How to carry yourself, being professional, being prompt, being respectful. I want them to learn from my mistakes. I'm not worried about the future of boxing because things change and I understand that. One thing you learn in boxing is how to make adjustments because you never know what life is going to hand to you, but you better be ready for it. And if you're a champion, you're going to come out on top. Don't break down, break through. You know what I mean?
Greg Anderson Elise is a Haitian Brooklyn-born writer, artist, actor, model, teacher, everything in the in the books. Is not a were spider is the son of Anansi, the spider from West African mythologies, and also is very popular in Caribbean folklore. And Anansi is the god of stories. So Iznana is the main character. He's the son of Anansi, as I said. He's his complete opposite, who's just this very nice, logical little kid. He's new to our world. He's from a different world. So Iznana's world is, I named it the Mother Kingdom. And it's sort of, I guess, inspired from Africa. But in his world, it's all animals. It's like the Lion King, I guess you can say. There's a few humans here and there, but it's really, they're like the complete minority. So Iznana is just this very nice, polite oddball of a family who comes into our world because he wants to do good. He wants to look for his father, who's missing at this point. And so he comes, he gets this human body, and he figures out he can shapeshift between human forms and a spider form and interlock and mix the two with different abilities. And in doing that, he accidentally brings these creatures from different universes into our world. And so he sees it as his responsibility to stop them. It becomes like a coming of age type of story. So he's learning about himself, he's learning about what it is to be an individual, while also trying to live up to his father's legacy. And it sort of goes hand in hand with how I feel about, say, like Black mythology, Black stories. I feel like that's a type of storytelling you don't really hear about. Because in school, we're only really taught like Greek mythology. Sometimes they'll maybe teach you a little bit of Norse. They won't really teach you about like the Black mythological gods or the figures. At most, you'll learn about John Henry. So I feel like because of that, people's knowledge of a lot of Black heroes was sort of dying, or they've never been taught it, so they don't know about them. And I feel like, in a way, Anansi's legacy as the god of stories is dying. And that is pretty much one of the plots of the story. That's a legitimate thing, is people are forgetting about these characters, therefore they're dying off. And so Anansi and Iznana, his son, is supposed to represent the next generation trying to reclaim their roots, trying to bring back the importance of who we are as black people, as black heroes, and hopefully inspiring people to remember, you know, where they come from. I want to be able to say I inspired people, and I inspired a change of thought. And what I mean by change of thought, as I said, is more so just wanting people to think critically about where they come from, and the fact that we can gain knowledge, stories, and love for self just by stepping out of the box and stop allowing to be fed the same things. And I guess one of my legacies is just pushing people to not only educate themselves, but after educating themselves, educate others. And you can literally just do that with stories. Well, I was born here, and I was born here in New York City, and I spent a couple of years in Haiti. So I sort of always grew with a little bit of the culture. My mom was very particular about which aspect of the culture, of Haitian culture, we grew up with. You know, we grew up with the language, the food, stuff like the stories I was never really on, and I had to teach myself about the stories. It just makes us stronger as people. You know, I feel like when you're in America, when you're growing up, when you're going to school, everything is so much on European culture. I feel like because of that, a lot of us don't quite know where we fit in. So much power comes from knowing your background of who you are, you know, and so much pride. A lot of people hate when someone's very prideful, when they know something about themselves, you know, and there's so much power in learning about that, and no one could really break you down once you actually know what you're talking about. You know, and history repeats itself when you continue to be ignorant. This is also a way of just having us as black folks celebrate that we're not others, we can be mains.
Sound is music, and that the world around us is also musical, a huge musical instrument, and that there's no silence, and even the moments that we think are silence, there's music going on, and there's even within our bodies. This idea of thinking of the world as an instrument, and awareness and joy of the sounds around you. Growing up in a conservatory playing violin and also making electronic music, those two worlds are very exclusive in their own ways because of the tools that you use. Like, you have to have some money to buy a violin, you have to have some money to buy a computer, or you have to have certain skills to play either of the two. And that's also why I'm drawn to these non-conventional instruments, because they're accessible to everyone. I was a violin student, but I spent way more time in the harp room of the conservatory, under the harp, like recording with a little Zoom recorder, every sound I could find, just being a violinist in front of an orchestra, which a lot of my colleagues that were really talented, that was their path, and I always felt very out of place. And as I started discovering other instruments, I realized that what I wanted to do was to write for all the instruments.
So this I got at the Brooklyn Flea, and it's the inside of a grandfather's clock. And also this kind of thing. I have a lot of music boxes that I've collected over the years, and I play them in many different ways. It's more of a percussive thing. Some bells, which I love, like tap bells, because they're so out of tune. Depending on how I move it, then I get different sounds too.
Nostalgia definitely has a a big impact on my music. I'm drawn to sounds that are used a lot in childhood, like toy instruments and music boxes. They're always out of tune. They have like this little noises. Those things for me are much more interesting. It's also kind of a way for me to understand moments of childhood that I never quite understood. So there's a little bit of curiosity, but also mystery. I've always been really interested in electronic music, and I write a lot of electronic music, but using acoustic sources and found sounds. It's always been kind of for me, a challenge to bring that to a live setting in a way that's meaningful to me and that can connect to the audience and that is also engaging for people to see. I've always been wondering and looking for other kind of alternative ways of presenting electronic music. As soon as I found this synthesizer that lets you make music with anything that conducts electricity, then that kind of opened up my world of possibilities. I could use anything as a trigger for a sound. So I started exploring a little bit with that. I try to find vegetables or fruits that match the textures of the songs. I do love cauliflower, Romanesco broccoli, vegetables that have kind of a design element. I call it a vegetable synth. I have an idea of what it's going to look like. But when I go shopping, there's not this kind of broccoli that I really wanted, so I might adjust and then go with the flow of what I find. But I try to coordinate it so that it all looks like part of the same instrument.
This is nice. These little guys. Oh, yes. 3, 4.
When you play something like vegetables as an instrument, besides the fact that it's something that's not seen often and people are curious about it, it also has this kind of access to it, more immediacy and connection to the audience. It's really nice for me to talk about music and talk about instruments without this kind of barrier in the middle of like something that's oh well, you know, the technique of this is, you know, you have to study years for learning that. For me, it reminds me of why I'm doing it in the first place, which is because it brings joy to my life.
for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
All right. So in this one, we're going to be tagging on the right, and that'll go in the comments section. Got it. All right.
Most people don't know, but
Earth's living fossil
is right here in New York City, the land of concrete buildings, crowded streets, and constant noise. We're talking horseshoe crabs, which have been around for at least 350 million years.
Oh, it's a male.
Horseshoe crabs can be found along the entire eastern seaboard of the U.S.
Oh, there's one.
But their epicenters is in the water off of New York and New Jersey, in Jamaica Bay and Delaware Bay. With 10 eyes and a long tail, they're used as bait for fisheries, as a lifeblood to birds during migration season, and as a way to test the safety of vaccines like the ones being developed for COVID-19. But they are in danger.
The biggest risk is access to the shorelines for the crabs.
Like for many creatures in the wild, habitat loss. Ready?
So how have they survived this long? And will they be around another million years? I'm Sarah Porter, a New Yorker passionate about environmental conservation. I get out into nature every chance I get, and I become known for rescuing hermit crabs. There he is, all in a painted shell.
Follow me as I go on a wildlife ride deep inside the concrete jungle.
To get a good understanding of horseshoe crabs, I met up with Don Reap in Queens. Don is a coastal conservationist who's been working to protect the waters and wildlife of New York City since 1979.
Anything that has to do with conserving, preserving, enhancing the coastal area, the beaches, the waterways, the marshes, the rivers, all come under our purview. Horseshoe crabs are an iconic species that we really like to focus on because they have a major ecological role in the bay.
Take the red knot, a shorebird which migrates from Brazil and arrives in New York in the spring.
They feed voraciously on the horseshoe crab eggs to the point where they can double their weight in a week or two. And that enables them to fly a couple of thousand miles north where they breed.
To track horseshoe crab numbers, teams of volunteers go out and count them, measure them, and tag them.
Who's ready to measure? Who wants to measure? Ready to measure? Okay, come on, here you go.
That's how I met Christine Neely, a science teacher and researcher who's been leading monitoring teams for nearly 8 years.
The spawning survey and tagging initiative take place, they coincide with the horseshoe crab's mating season, which takes place in the new and full moons during May and June.
Researchers like Christine are looking to track the population size and migration patterns of horseshoe crabs. Volunteers drill tags into the crabs for identification.
I'm sorry, honey. For science!
While I was out there, I caught some baby making in action.
These two are having fun.
Females might lay anywhere from upwards of 3,500 to 4,000 eggs per night, and depending on then what gets fertilized, and then the survival rate thereafter is usually much smaller numbers.
Hello, come on in. That is Edgar, who's come to visit us after the rain. You don't look too bad, Edgar. Yeah? He's snapping his bill. He would like a fish. Years ago, there was no policy on taking horseshoe crab. People came and took as many as they wanted. There wasn't any real legislation. But in the last 50 years or so, there's been a lot more harvesting of them. The eel and conch industry, they trap eel and conch using horseshoe crabs as bait. And they especially like the big females, which are full of eggs, chop them up, put them in the trap, and the eels and conch are really driven to those traps. Probably the biggest risk is hardening of shorelines.
Horseshoe crabs need flat, sandy beaches to lay their eggs on. But increasing levels of coastal development, from townhouses to seawalls, have crowded out their natural habitats. Their use in the biomedical industry is vital for humans, but has also threatened their population.
Ooh, what's coming out?
What's coming out? That's some of their blood.
They have a bluish copper-based blood, which when exposed to minute traces of bacteria will clot. So if you're getting a vaccination, you're getting a blood transfusion or something, you want to test it for its purity, you test for the element from the horseshoe crab.
In fact, horseshoe crab blood is currently being used in vaccine development to battle COVID-19. Its blood contains a substance which can detect harmful toxins, helping researchers determine if the vaccine would be safe for humans.
Let's say if you've ever known someone who's had a flu shot, a vaccine, a hip or a knee replacement, a pacemaker, all of these things have been tested by a horseshoe crab's blood somewhere along the supply chain.
Unfortunately, these biomedical practices have led to a decline in the horseshoe crab population. Some labs have begun using the synthetic, man-made blood as a more sustainable alternative, but it's only still in its infancy. In the meanwhile, the horseshoe crab will continue to be essential to vaccine development.
Horseshoe crabs have been, unfortunately, now are regarded as vulnerable. That's not exactly the trajectory we want the population to take.
Today, New Jersey has a full moratorium on horseshoe crabs, meaning none can be taken or harvested. Delaware and New York have catch limits, and in certain areas offer full protection.
Here in a preserve, they're fully protected.
Which is critical because so many species, including humans, depend on them.
The front two claws on the males.
And it's up to us to ensure their survival.
Enjoy your Saturday night, little guy.
Ganessa, I have a question for you.
Sure.
We're all dressed up. We're here at Bric. What are we doing here?
Well, we're here to hear some music from two really distinct but very interesting bands that are here in New York. Fame, which is a Filipino traditional-based ensemble, and Bombayo, which is Puerto Rican traditional-based music. And we're just really excited to see what's going to happen when all this music comes together.
So the two groups are meeting each other for the first time. They're hearing each other's music for the first time. And then we're going to put them together, and that's the 21st century.
We're going to see what happens.
I played with Bombayo maybe 5 or 6 different times, so I know that they can go into all kinds of situations and sound good and find their way, and they always bring something special. Bomba is such a joyous music, and the dance is incredible. We don't know what today's going to be like. We're just really grateful that you're here with us. Everything from here on out is going to be under a cloud of mystery, but it's all good mystery, and this is very exciting, so here we go.
Al ingenio, al ingenio. Al ingenio María que hay bomba en la central. Al ingenio, al ingenio. Eso. Al ingenio María. en la central.
The yo in Bombayo, it means myself or self in Spanish. So for me, it starts from within. I think that transformation, that connection to culture, that rootedness, that all starts from within.
For me, it was more about identity. When I saw bomba for the first time, I think I was about 40 years old. And even at that age, I'd never been to Puerto Rico, you know? And so when I saw bomba, it was like I felt Puerto Rico. It was like, you know, it was something that I really felt it inside of me. It's a music, it gets, you know, goes over 400 years, you know, the oldest African-derived music in Puerto Rico. It came from a group of enslaved Africans that was brought to the island. Something about bomba helped me connect with something that I think taught me a little bit more about my own history.
Since we're New Yorkers, yo also means yo. in the street, everybody knows what yo is. It's to call it, you know, someone's attention to something. If you say yo, you're gonna turn and you're gonna look and see what's going on. So that's kind of, you know, calling attention to something that's been marginalized, something that, you know, has been undervalued, almost even demonized, like any African-based cultural music.
You know, what we're talking about is a music, a tradition that stayed alive during the African diaspora. And so wherever it would go, that culture, the drum, the song, the dance, those are the elements. The most important piece in the bomba for me is the dance. There are two principal drums that are used. This drum plays the bass rhythm, it gives the foundation, then the dancer just adds flavor with movements. Those movements are interpreted with my drum. I catch those movements, all improvised, I follow, and sometimes it's so perfectly done, it looks like a choreography, but it's not. What you see is all improvised.
It's sort of like a conversation, you know, as you talk, and maybe when you're talking to your friend, you know, you start talking on top of each other, your voices start getting higher and accelerating. We sort of transplant that into a nonverbal communication. And how powerful is that when we think of our ancestors who were slaves, and this was maybe their only time to connect with themselves and to their community in a real way. When we engage with bomba, we know that there's a deep, deep roots to that. And there's power in holding whatever you have as a tool to communicate.
That was awesome. That was really, really good. I liked it. It was unique. I never heard it before.
I liked when they harmonized and then all of the voices came together and sounded like one.
And it's only going to get even more musical because we have with us a very special guest, FAME, the Filipino Arts and Music Ensemble. The participants here are youth ranging from elementary school all the way up through high school. And we're really, really glad to have you with us.
Hector Martinez, thank you so much for being here. Can you tell us a little bit about the group, how long you've been going, and how the music works? Is it improvised like Bombayo?
We've been going on for 10 years now, and most of the arrangements that we do are all written out. So all these students read music, and we come together, they go home, practice their music, they come together, we put everything together.
Great, well thank you, I can't wait to hear it.
Sure, thank you.
FAME is a collection of kids who come in and practice Filipino folk instruments. Most of the songs that we play come from the Philippines. They are Filipino folk songs that we sing at the fiestas that we have.
The mission of Filipino Arts and Music Ensemble is to promote and serve the Philippine culture and heritage.
The Filipino folk music comes from Spain, especially the instruments that we have over here. We have a guitar, we have a double bass. This is a bandurria. Usually the bandurrias play the melodies. We also have an octavina. They do play melodies as well, but more of counterpoint. There's some kind of Mexican influence to the way we play. We have rhythms of the habanera. Although it's slower, we make it into a love song. We play polkas. And we play waltzes. One more time, making sure that those single notes are together. Ta, pok, ta, pok, ta, okay? 1, 2, we also dance. There is a sense of focus for a group, especially kids, because sometimes kids nowadays, it's very individualistic, especially in America. But here, you have to lose your certain individuality to be part of that group. But first of all, it's to have fun with each other. Joke around, play around, kid around, eat pizza, and Filipino spaghetti, because it's different from the Italian spaghetti. The kids learn how to play this instrument. There's discipline, there's culture, there's camaraderie.
when all is gone, when they're in their own lives in the future, one of these days they'll take up that instrument, start playing again, or if not, lead a new group.
I didn't hear that music before, but it was kind of similar to our countryside music. And I kind of find various tunes where we were thinking, oh, this sounds like this one, and this sounds like this other one. So it feels kind of familiar. It was beautiful.
I think it's incredible to see young people keeping traditions alive and feeling it. It felt so calming and so smoothing, and I felt like we call música jíbara, mountain music, with, very string guitar oriented.
And now we're about to do something really interesting.
We're going to go deep into the 21st century to the Puerto Rican Filipino axis.
What happens when we hear some traditional bomba music being played alongside, underneath, through some Filipino traditional music? And I think it's going to be really interesting, and we can't wait to hear what the result is going to be.
Based on that familiar sound that we have already, we're going to try to blend it in with what we know and kind of go back and forth with the sounds that they're bringing up.
I think it's gonna sound great because their beat with our melody, I think it's just gonna sound really good.
I'll trade you. I want to try yours.
I'll try this one.
All right. There we go. What's this called?
Octavina.
Octavina?
Yeah.
Wow, this is so cool.
You master that instrument. No matter what kind of attitude anyone has towards it, they cannot take that from you. You go to your grave with the knowledge of your culture and your tradition. And when you have that, you're always secure.
That's it.
That's your arrangement?
That's their melody, okay? Now, Bandura 2, you could do Re, Do sharp, Ti, La, Fa sharp. When they started to sing first, I was thinking, okay, maybe this is the song we might be doing. So I listened to your melody, and I tried to figure it out on the mandolins, and these are the notes that I figured out from what you sang. So it's basically like 4 or 5 notes. I said, okay, we could just play on that one, maybe make some chords in that one.
Obviously, there are two different groups playing two quite different pieces of music. So right in and of itself, like that seems like a hurdle, but it might not be.
And this is New York, where this kind of thing is happening
every day.
unofficially on every street corner,
Right.
people.
That'll work? Just try it, see if it works.
Al ingenio, al ingenio, al ingenio María cae bomba en la central. ¡Ja! Al ingenio, al ingenio.
Do you need them to change the key? Because there may not be anymore.
María cae bomba en la central, en la central, en la central. Al ingenio María cae bomba en la central. Al ingenio, al
time? It's a different key.
Okay.
I think you're.
Maybe we can go into the key.
Yeah, take it because we were taking it from a while ago,
Okay.
and it was like it was a bit lower now.
might
Could you
be
give me
easier
enough
for us to
fa
go
sharp?
into the key.
Right.
That's okay? Yeah?
That's okay?
Yeah.
And I'll do the bottom voice.
Let's try. I'll just play the drum, the rhythm, and then you bring that in, and let me see if I can just come into.
Okay. We could do that.
Right?
We could start with
Maybe.
the drums, and then we
Right.
got your tremolo. When they start singing, do the pulsing though. It sounds pulsing is better, but for now tremolo. And I'll tell you when to change.
Any variation of that.
Yeah.
The drums might drown out the strings. It might have to be a bit lighter on
Yeah,
the
we're gonna
drums.
do that. We're gonna do that.
Yeah.
That's why I want to hear it. If I start off first, I'm gonna start off strong. But if I hear the strings first, then I'll go underneath the string.
Oh, cool.
Okay, so why don't we start with, let's try this. 3, and 1, 2, me. Wait, okay, yeah, the second. Fa sharp. More creative with the rhythm that you're playing. Be creative.
Vamos a cantar, vamos a celebrar nuestra herencia africana y ellos vamos a bailar.
Texas.
I had to control myself because when it immediately started, I just wanted to cry because the voices, everything came together. It was like I was in heaven. It just took me somewhere else, and
You're in a trance, isn't it?
Yeah. It was hard to believe that this is happening. So it was beautiful, man. Beautiful.
You guys came together so naturally. It was beautiful. I mean, from out here, it was like a magical and beautiful sound.
It was so crazy. It seemed so easy, too. It seemed like it just happened.
We could do this. We could actually play together. And it gives a nice rhythmic excitement to what we do because we don't have rhythms.
Right.
So once you come in, it's like, it feels much more danceable.
Right.
What if we decide to end with the dance party and we find maybe one note or something that could be for anyone who wanted to do a little bit of playing, but if we maybe end with a bomba song, if you want to sort of take the lead on that, but just open it up for as much dancing, just a total free form.
Hola, 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 hola de la mar. El pueblo se está quemando por falta de agua. El pueblo se está quemando por falta de agua. Hola, 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 hola de la mar. Hola, 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 hola de la mar. El pueblo se está quemando por falta de agua. El pueblo se está quemando por falta de agua. Por falta de agua, por falta de agua. El pueblo se está quemando por falta de agua. Hola, 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 hola de la mar. Hola, 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 dime dónde vas. Hola, 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 hola de la mar. Hola, 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 hola de la mar. El pueblo se está quemando por falta de agua. El pueblo se está quemando por falta de agua. Por falta de agua, por falta de agua. El pueblo se está quemando por falta de agua. Hola, 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 hola de la mar. Hola, 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 dime dónde vas.
Are you Trey?
Yeah, you ever die?
The flesh, baby.
Not really what I expected.
Yeah? Yo, I'm an entrepreneur. Just securing that bag, trying to get that guap, boy.
Why you talking like that?
Talking like what?
Like that. Oh, forget it. You got that cash?
Yeah. Yo, you got that?
Yeah. Cash? Moolah? Dinero?
Yeah, of course. Yo, chill. No, hold a second.
You serious?
Dead ass, boy.
Fuck!
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for Off-White. Cause she love my Off-White. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait. Why do I keep blowing my checks on new dish?
Feels good to be back in good old Brooklyn, USA. The place that made me. feel good to be back in Brooklyn?
Yeah, feels okay.
I have a good feeling about this.
Me too. I mean, they did not deserve you at that other place. Taking all your creative and your ideas and then using it as their own and then taking credit for it. No. This is gonna be good. Look, I know that you are going to be like the Steve Jobs of all things kicks and mobile apps and sneaker blogs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay.
You know, until all that happens, I gotta get this store up and running by next week.
And I think you can do it, babe.
Ava's gonna love Brooklyn.
I hope so. I mean, she was just starting to make friends, and then we up and moved.
She's
so
gonna make a ton of friends here. Trust me. Have I ever steered you wrong? Okay, besides that time.
All right, fine.
Where you going?
I'm about to go by a daring spot. Then I gotta go meet this dude, sell him a pair of dunks. I'm trying to save up and cop the band ones.
New sneakers? You just got the ones you have on.
And I need those band ones.
Maybe if you stop spending all your money on sneakers, we can have our own apartment together.
If again?
I don't want to have to worry about one of my roommates cooking scrambled eggs in her underwear again.
She do got a nice. I'm kidding.
Well, I'm not. Jay, I've been thinking about the next level in our relationship. Saving, building a life together, you know?
Okay. You save, and whatever money I have left over after I sell these sneakers, I'll put in the savings fund.
I'm really starting to think you care more about your sneakers than you care about me.
That's not true. Like, you're not gonna make me choose, are you?
I don't even believe we're having this conversation.
Come on, you know you only with me because I wear these sneakers.
That has nothing to do with it.
So you talk to me if I had on a pair of bum-ass Pro-Cats.
What are Pro-Cats?
My point exactly. I see you, babe.
Franklin, take your hat off in the house.
Nah, you made me miscount.
What are you doing with all that money?
I'm a businessman, Ma. Jeez.
Don't be fresh. Look at you. Where are those chubby cheeks I fell in love with at the adoption agency, huh? Where are you going?
I'm gonna hang out with some friends. We're gonna play some video games.
Okay, have fun. Play nice.
The store is really coming along great, D.
Getting there. We should be ready to open by next week.
How's Cassandra?
Good.
I know moving back to Brooklyn was the last thing she was thinking.
She believes in the dream, little bro. We need to get you one of those.
Yo, so since we open it next week, we gotta throw a dope opening bash.
You know I ain't about all that. We gonna open the shop without all that fanfare. It's about the kicks.
These days it's about the hype.
Facts.
Let me get up out of here.
Where you going now?
I'll be back. I gotta go meet this dude to sell him these new Jordan SBs. Trying to cop the band ones.
Well, thanks for all your help.
Anytime, bro.
Yo, be careful.
I got this.
Be here tomorrow. Early.
All right.
Trey, I'm serious.
All right.
Are you Trey?
Yeah, you ever die?
The flesh, baby.
Here's to new possibilities. I left Brooklyn a prince, and I'm returning the king. King of the world.
Oh, my bad, bro.
Yo! Yo!
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, before she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet. Pretty laces.
Your mom's home though? She not home?
You know this is a job interview, right?
Oh, hold on, man.
So I'm here for the job or whatever, but let me tell you about Peaches. Peaches don't do mornings, because if she don't get her good 10 hours, she's a bitch, and you really wouldn't like Peaches in bitch mode.
I could change my ways. I could be a nighttime pimp.
Who doesn't love kicks? I mean, nothing like some skinny jeans and a fresh pair of J's.
No, I could work any day of the week. It's just I prefer to be here every Saturday because that's when the J's come out. You know, just put the 10.5 to the side. You ain't got to pay me. You know, I don't want anything but the shoes.
Peaches, I don't know if this is the job for you.
You don't want Peaches? No? Fine, then Peaches don't want you neither.
This is my girl's birthday today, so I know I'm gonna get this job because I'm on point. I got a quick question though. I can get a free pair of kicks so I could bring her something right now.
In this neighborhood, you know, it get kind of sketchy, you know what I'm saying? Because the last owners that were here, they used to get robbed. You know, Brinks used to stop around the corner, you know what I'm saying, because they didn't want to come in this neighborhood.
You look familiar, man.
Nah, bro, you don't know me.
Come on, man. Your sneakers look great today.
Well, I had to clean them after you stepped on them.
I'm just here for a job, man. I used to be a barista around the corner, but they canned me, so I'm just on the market. Come on, man. I know sneakers, but I got a great idea for the store. What about boots?
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for off-white. Cause she love my off-white. Gotta cop that on site. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait. Why do I keep blowing my checks on new dish?
Brother, I'm running for city council, but we are focusing on local, community-based boards and government to empower the community and implement change.
I'm good.
Oh, nice kicks. Copper foams, right?
Yeah, how you know that?
I used to rock some fly kicks in my day. Now the 5s were my favorites.
The 5s are cool, but the 3s are fire.
Can I ask you a question? Why is it so important for you to be so fresh?
Oh, it's when I put on sneakers, you know, and they're fresh and crisp. I don't know, feeling like it. Makes me feel like somebody.
No, you can also feel like somebody by making a difference in your community.
Yeah.
Ain't you D's little brother? I think you look familiar.
Yeah, how you know my brother?
Me and D used to run the streets together back in the day. How's he doing?
He's good. He just opened up a sneaker spot in Brownsville.
You know, he's been collecting kicks for as long as I've known him. Take one. Everyone deserves to be fly, right?
guess.
Tell D Big Riley said what's up.
All right, got you.
Yo, man. What took you so long, man?
I had to get fly, bro. I was with your girl, too, earlier, so I mean...
You got jokes, son. You got
I
jokes.
play.
Anyway, you seen Hannibal's new video? Joint fire. Look at that.
Get money, get famous, gon' live forever.
Watch it. That's my part right here.
Horrible, bro. He's overrated. Overrated, yo.
You crazy, man. People just don't understand him because he ahead of his time.
Ahead of his time? More like a head case, bro.
You bugging, man. Anyway, good looking for coming when we cop these J's, just in case some fools out here try to zoe me.
Really, bro?
My bad. I forgot, man. Please forgive me, man.
Not even
I'm sorry.
funny. Like, I'm still not over the fact I let Jeremy Lin rob me. When I catch him, it's on sight. Believe that, bro.
You ain't gonna do shit.
What? You want me to show you?
You ain't saying nothing but a word.
Don't play with me, bro.
Zip off, man.
Yo, let's get it, bro.
Shit.
Ray, where are you, man? I thought you was gonna be here for these interviews. I need your help. Everybody's like, man, everybody's crazy. Hit me when you get this.
Yo, D? What's good, bruh?
What up, love? What you doing now?
What you mean what I'm doing now? It's good to see you too, bruh.
My bad. When did you get out?
Last week. Good behavior.
So how you find me?
Wow. Yo, like I said, it's good to see you too. I was just in the neighborhood, man. Had to go check out my P.O. Heard you had a shop, so thought I'd come check you out. What, you think I'm stalking you or something?
I'm just messing with you, man. It's good to see you.
Word. I see you hiring. You're my brother's keeper, right? I get a job?
This is what it looks like when your past comes back to haunt you.
What's up, baby?
Hey,
What's for dinner?
whatever you cook.
Peanut butter and jelly it is. You want some?
Did you pay the light bill today like I asked you?
Yeah. See, what had happened was, I had met up with, Trey. You know Trey, he got the curls and, well, these new sneakers came out. I really like them. So, I spent $180 on them, but tomorrow I could flip that for $250 in cash, baby. We got to come up.
Kicks, Cisco, I told you the bill had to be paid by today.
I'll get the money.
Dios me ayúdeme, por
It's not a
favor.
big deal.
Ay, Dios mío.
Baby, I love you so much. You know the kicks I bought, they glow in the dark. Should I go get them?
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, but first she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet.
So, Mr. Harrison, how are you feeling today?
Call me by my artist name, Hannibal, because I eat these MCs.
Okay. Hannibal, how are you feeling today?
Vulnerable. That's how I feel.
Can you talk a little more about that?
Trying to be what people want you to be is hard. It's not always about making hits, being lit, stunting on these hoes. People also need to be loved, you know? The fans don't love Curtis. The fans love Hannibal.
Well, love and acceptance are a basic human need. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
You're not going to tell anyone about this, are you?
Of course not. Doctor-client privilege. What we talk about here stays in this office.
Because if you tell anyone, you know I'll kill you. I'm just fucking with you. But I will kill you.
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for Off-White, cause she love my Off-White. Gotta cop that on site. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Why do I keep blowing my checks on new dish?
Take a step back, let me show you where real rap's kept at. Man, I rep that type of shit, that's type legit. I keep it moving like transit. I give it rhythm like drugs, my hands hit. Make plans with some cats and I smoke grams with. Same dudes I now make jams with. And take a breath so fluent in a birthday game. I just stepped into it. Made no mistakes, I meant to do it. Opposite of a dimension unit makes sense. Knew it, my floor at last. For sure outlast. My opponent with words at blast. My syllables cut through glass. Head of the class, steady your
Sasha, you're supposed to be working.
I am working. Okay, I'm posting some of our new inventory, and you want more customers up in here, don't you?
Not an excuse. I'll be in the back.
Welcome to Woodstack, where it's all wood. How may I help you?
Well, you can start by telling me when you're getting the new Buscemi's. I need 5 pairs in every color, size 11.
We don't carry that shoe, but I can special order them for you and personally call you when they come in.
Hey, Ray, I just thought of something. I got mad inspired. Kicks. These chicks so mighty. You know what? I'm on my way to lay this one down. I'll be there in 10 minutes. At once.
Girl, you're never gonna guess who just walked into the store. Lulu, I might be pregnant. We're barely surviving as it is, and now we might have another mouth to feed. I just can't.
Think of it as a blessing. You know God will never give you more than you can handle.
Well, the way God's been doing me these days, I want my money back.
Okay, bitch. Don't write a check your ass can't cash.
Girl, bye. At this point, he be doing me a favor.
Don't talk like that. Don't even joke.
I'm just frustrated. It's like I can't catch a break.
Speaking of the devil.
The devil? What?
Nothing, babe. What's up? Where you going?
I'm headed into work. My boss called me in to do some overtime. I know we need the money, so don't wait up. Word? It's like that?
Yeah, it's like that.
Bonding! Keep showing off from Lulu.
This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Mother Nature gives my mind a little spark, but I ain't talking about picking dandelions in the park as the groove walks. My smooth talks to make you sway. Some will say I got sunshine on a cloudy day, but hey, maybe I just push the clouds away. Stay positive when the negatives.
My bitch always popping up at the right time.
Bitch, every time. Tell me you saw Hannibal's post.
Yeah, and?
And? I can't believe he came in the store. Girl, I would have died. I mean, Hannibal's he's like the fashion god, honey. Did you not see his last post?
Lita, I need to find a way to get to Hannibal.
Maybe you need to put it on him.
No, that's not it.
Anyways, it's real nice in here. It's all fancy and shit.
It is, right? Welcome to Woodstack, where it's all wood.
Oh my God. They make you say that for real?
Yeah.
Everyone needs a plug. But I had to make sure there was no bad blood. You see, we had a situation back in my street days. But now I hear he's the guy to get whatever kicks you need, no questions asked. But in Brooklyn, you always have to stay ready.
Yo, what up, dude?
What up, Jason? We good?
Yeah, we good. Water under the bridge.
Word. Grown man shit.
Exactly. Now let's get down to business. What you need?
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, but first she told him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet.
We live in Brooklyn, baby. We live in Brooklyn, baby. We're trying to make it, baby.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream,
what's led us to this moment, again, is everything from Brexit to, again, this new neo-fascist movement that we're living in, to a kind of a conservative policy that constantly threatens the lives of people. We're tired of living in a police state.
I refused to see him die. I did not look at the newspapers in bodegas. I did not look at the news feed on Facebook or even text from friends. At a restaurant, a TV showed a white cop kneeling on a black man's neck, and I left before my food arrived. The video of Officer Derek Chauvin killing George Floyd ripped the scab off of our blackness. Inside, where color connects us, pain throbbed. We just buried our grandparents and friends who died from COVID-19. We just lost our jobs. Maybe the worst was over. I mean, damn, can we catch a break? But no. When I left the bodega, I saw a circle of my neighbors staring at their cell phones, faces twisted in horror. Did you see how they did that, brother? One said. I can't breathe. That's what he said. I can't breathe. Fuck the police. I saw open pain in their eyes, and beneath the mask of street machismo was a deep underground cavern where life's bitterness had pooled. And Floyd's death was a lit match falling in.
I think it's always been the time. I think it's been the time before now to protest. I think that now is the time for the world, actually, to become a participant in this protest, because I think that we're living in a fascist state. People's lives are threatened right now with a virus that disproportionately threatens the lives of African American people. I think that we are participating in a certain way right now because the economy is what it is, and 40 million people are unemployed, and there's an outrage. It's an accumulative rage that happens.
What I've seen over the years, from Sean Bell to Trayvon Martin to Eric Gardner to George Floyd, is that the movement has become increasingly large, very multiracial, and I think that's what's given us a hope, is that we're not alone anymore. That now we actually have, not only it's multi-city, but it's really multinational. Is the reason it's catching on like a wildfire. It's like fire only catches if there's fuel. So there is an underlying pool of discontent, of rage, of frustration that people have been feeling and really been hiding inside their bodies. Like their bodies are like these sponges filled with gasoline. And that gasoline is all of that shame and fear that happens when you're constantly either being surveilled, stopped and frisked. Broken windows policing is basically almost like factory farming people into the criminal justice system. And so all of that has been bottled up in so many people's bodies all across the world. That fuel is really what's causing the explosion.
Attention, quick march, so much. Left turn, right turn, about turn, double up. Salute, open your hat, stand at ease. No fall in, fall out, fall down. No
I understand that for dramatic change to happen, I mean, riots and all that stuff have been part of any dramatic change in Western society since forever, since Rome, since Egypt, Like, it's been how society changes. That, along with, discourse and along with all the other elements. So I know that it's a part of it, but it's the reasons that can sway it this way or that. The reasons that things pop off. Is it through actual social anger? Is it through some instigating third-party initiative? So I ran up to the front of the groups and I started watching. A white girl on a megaphone, and she obviously was not down with the movement, and she obviously wasn't from New York. And she was just like using the catchphrases BLM, getting the crowd amped, and then she would instigate them to destroy property. And then there was white cats dressed up fully cloaked, and they would have hammers and bust down the windows of stores that we would pass. All the black kids were young kids, Generation Z. They were all being manipulated by these people that were definitely in cahoots with each other because they would discuss and like plan and everything. These white cats that were either anarchists or masquerading as anarchists. The person on the bullhorn would amp everybody up, and then the person with the hammer would go and just initiate the looting or the break-ins with the hammer, just busting down windows, almost indiscriminately.
You tell me my people are free, but that's a lie I've learned to live with. The last time I checked, strangers who share a darker complexion are still overwhelmingly being segregated when it comes to overpopulated prisons, outdated textbooks, over-police ghettos. And that was the first time I was called a nigger. And I've never felt so much rage in my life. And words don't usually get to me, but maybe transgenerational trauma is real.
There was almost just like a swell in the collective unconscious, I would say, that has gathered everybody into focusing collectively on this thing, you know, as of like, 2 weeks ago or so, and almost with continuous momentum up to this point. The whole experience for me has been transformative because I have always located my activism exclusively in my art. Something about this just felt like it is definitely the time to do this in the same spirit of enough is enough, and also like some sort of deep, like, collective unconscious tug on the heart and mind that made it feel important to be present, which I think, so many people are feeling.
Mama, can't you see? Mama, can't you see? What the system's done to me? What the system's done to me? They keep on shooting us down. They keep on shooting us down. No, you can't hold us to the ground. You can't hold us to the ground.
I was born in Bed-Stuy. I consider this my neighborhood, my community. I'm very protective of it. So when I found out there was a protest going on in Bed-Stuy, I was like, who is putting this together? Bed-Stuy is being violently gentrified, violently colonized. So I just wanted to know, like, who was doing this and what made them decide to do it here. Found out it was December 12th movement, which is a long-standing Black-led community organization. They're the OGs, and they've been actually doing marches and protests every week before all of this. They were doing protests and marches and, stand-ins way before George Floyd, way before all of this. And that gave me the confidence to know that I could be involved with this specific action and feel, secure, that it wasn't going to be no messy stuff. I feel like when it comes to engaging in action, you want to know who's organizing it. You want to know what the purpose is. You want to know what the end goal is, what route people are taking. I wonder if people are getting that type of security training that is required to be in a space with thousands of people resisting, pushing back against systematic violence. It's sometimes met with violence. Sometimes people just need to be prepared for that.
Be safe, be healthy, be strong, and be revolutionary.
Free ourselves from mental slavery. Never falling for false security. I wanna see I wanna grow further. Open my eyes and fight the good fight.
There's an old saying that to a hammer, every problem, looks like a nail. It's about how police were incentivized through the drug war to continue really hammering down on low-level drug offenses and then, stuffing state and then also eventually federal prisons with low-level nonviolent drug offenders. And some of the other forms of policing that actually were helpful to the community were not as prioritized or not as funded as, locking up low-level drug dealers or drug users. Good actually now to see that a giant wave is actually shaking the very foundations of the police and criminal justice system. And I hope that the wave is big enough now that we can really defund the police and dismantle some departments and really start replacing it with something that's more effective.
I'm totally down for defund the police. And I'm almost completely down with dismantle. All this is an evolution of the slave catchers. And you add that in with, this subjective reality that everybody in different groups in America operate under, and you have a totalitarian system. You have this 1984 dystopic system that people don't realize that we're living in.
You refuse, I think, to allow a Hitler Mussolini moment again in the world. I think that's why this moment is really important. Just to speak to the Black Lives Matter movement, we've certainly been outraged for a very long time and have seen over and over and over and over and over and over again the unnecessary deaths of too many Black and brown bodies at the hands of police.
A lot of people talking about defund the police, but what they really mean by defund the police. So tell me why the people want to defund the police. Why? Cause they take your money. Defund, what's that mean? If they don't know where their funds are, who's gonna protect us once defunded? That's the fun part. Allocate what would be spent to process arrests for education, housing, healthcare, and the rest. In New York City's budget for 2019, they spent $6 billion on the NYPD. Take it down to $5 billion, make them leave a bill behind. That's still more than several other major agencies combined.
I went to the protest in Foley Square. We'd been chanting like, whose streets are streets, but we're all getting out of the street. And then I had this like moment of lucidity where I sort of realized what the meaning of civil disobedience is, that to make a point, the point is to break the law. The point is to say, no, the law proceeds from the collective will of the people, or it ought to. It is our right to be here to make this point, A handful of us sort of joined arms in spite of the fact that, there was these automated messages coming from the NYPD's amplifier that if you stay in the street, you'll be arrested, and we got arrested, and then off we went. All of my pushing and moving has been from the comfort of me in my recording booth. You know what I mean? Like it's been different, and like something clicked, I guess, in that moment. My personal experience came at no physical harm to myself and little mental harm to myself as well. I was treated respectfully. However, it was easy to witness while going through it that not everybody had received the same treatment that day, and that things were rapidly changing. Some people had been roughed up. Some people had a much more tumultuous experience of being arrested. And even, some of the people that I met who were arrested around the same time as me who appeared to have been treated much less courteously. It's about generating anthems, content, emotional responses to all of these issues from every corner and from every color and from every type of person, because the more people participate in that, the more progress we make.
Yeah, we really want to amplify Black voices and messages that are anti-racist and support anti-racist policies, and educate our followers on how to do that as well.
Make sure that you know what you're doing. And what you're doing is that these guys will not play with you no more.
That's so beautiful.
No
Thank
more
you.
killing Black people.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This has to be a prolonged protest. This has to be on some South Africa apartheid level. I'm scared that once this COVID lockdown stops, that people will get distracted, not have the time. I really hope that people remember all of this, like the police brutality, the reasons that we're in this, that this stuff is ongoing, that we can actually bring about core fundamental change.
They took away the drum. They took away the drum. So I use my voice to resurrect the bones that rest alone at the bottom of the sea. I'll use me. Okay?
I just want us to be careful about buying into the narrative that the worst thing going on right now is the looting. Use that word too for a moment. Think about it. Is it looting to basically be a major corporation in this country and receive billions in tax breaks while supposedly there isn't money or means to give every American health care? I don't know. I think that's looting.
When I was a kid, I remember going by some businesses that were boarded up and they looked weird and like no one had been there for a long time. And someone in my family who's an elder told me, oh, this place has been closed since they killed King and it got burned out and it never really came back.
There are boarded up places that got boarded up after the assassination of Dr. King. There are vacant lots where buildings were burned down, that were burned down in 1968. Nothing has grown up to replace them. And while we appreciate the peaceful demonstration, and we all have a need to vindicate our presence and to express what we think and what we feel, but we also have a responsibility to acknowledge certain things work and some things don't work quite as well. And so pillaging, looting, burning down, tearing up what is in existence does not necessarily bring the results that we're looking for.
But sometimes an act of aggression yields the exact desired result, and some unintended consequences.
A crowd that grew to 200 people gathered in the streets outside. The crowd got hostile when it witnessed police officers' rough treatment of the men and women, from pushing to kicking to arm twisting. Someone yelled, "Black power, don't let them take our people away." And quickly, folks started throwing bricks, rocks, and beer cans at the police. One bottle smashed through the last police cruiser to leave the scene, and what forever came to be known in the media as the, quote, Detroit riot, what government officials dubbed Detroit's civil disturbance, and what Blacks call the Great Rebellion, erupted. No numbers ran during that entire week as looting, burning, and violence wore on for 5 days. A combined force of nearly 17,000 officers, National Guardsmen, and federal troops was sent in. And by the time the uprising was suppressed, as many as 155,000 rounds of ammunition had been fired by law enforcement. 43 people were dead, 30 of them African Americans, including a 4-year-old girl named Tanya, victim to a .50 caliber bullet fired by the National Guard. More than 7,000 people were arrested on riot-related charges.
So you and I sitting here both know that that happened in 1967.
Yes.
But I promise it could be a blog entry from 2 or 3 nights ago as we sit here in 2020.
Exactly. I've been having flashbacks, Brian. And
you were just a girl.
I was just a little girl. I was not quite 7 years old when it all happened. And it absolutely is a scar on my memory. The fear, the sense of not knowing what was happening. And now when I think about it and I realize the damage that it left in its wake, not least of which was Detroit never really quite recovered. A lot of those 2,500 buildings were not rebuilt. That's the anxiousness I feel now. What will be left in the wake of this devastation?
In addition to being a living witness to the Detroit uprising of '67, Bric Davis is the author of The World According to Fannie Davis, a memoir of her late mother, an independent Black businesswoman who ran a numbers banking business from her Detroit home for more than 2 decades.
You, more than almost anyone, had a firsthand view of what economic independence and the multiplier effect that dollars in Black communities can have when they stay inside the Black community, both in the short term and historically.
Yes, even though small businesses were gone, a very significant underground economy continued to thrive. And so people had a means to continue to support themselves, to rebuild their businesses, to contribute, like my mom did, to rebuilding. Those things were in place because that particular underground economy was already in place. And that's what's so different from today. And that's another feeling that I have, my concern about how we'll regroup.
Let me tell you, without help, these small businesses, many of them, will never come back.
And while the loss of prosperity for an entire generation of Black communities is nearly incalculable, Blacks have suffered higher mortality rates from the coronavirus and greater joblessness. And a recent study from the National Bureau of Economic Research found the COVID-19 pandemic led to the closing of some 3.3 million small businesses, 440,000 of which were Black-owned. A 41% decline from February through April, making Black business owners the most impacted group. For Congressman Danny K. Davis, who represents the neighborhood where my parents still live and holds a seat on the Ways and Means Committee, that wealth gap has a very human face.
Yeah. It's African American men who've never had a job. It's young women with 2 and 3 children earning $30,000 a year, if they earn that much. How do you take care of yourself and 3 children as a clerk at one of the dollar stores or one of the places, or working in a nursing home as a health aide where you're making less than $15 an hour?
And there's something about COVID-19 that has changed the conversation, right? No longer can government say what it can't do. The government stepped in and provided millions, billions of dollars in aid.
The Ways and Means Committee tweeted this, saying that over 110,000 Americans have died due to COVID-19 and 42 million are out of work. And you add that to the strain that was already on small businesses, Black businesses, minority and women-owned. So do you think something like a Marshall Plan for Black communities would be something that the U.S. government should get behind and develop?
Unequivocally and without a doubt, I mean, we can call it the Martin Luther King plan. We can call it the Roy Wilkins plan. We can call it the Sojourner Truth plan. What's so important is that we do it. I mean, we don't have any other way to infuse capital into disadvantaged areas and put people to work. Guess what? The money that they generate is going to flow right back into the economy. Right. Because now they're paying taxes, they're working. So that money is going to put money back into the treasury, which gives us money to do other things with. I don't call it spending. I call it investment. If there's no investment, no return.
I am ultimately, ironically, Brian, positive about this moment. I am. It's painful, it's scary. We still are in an unknown territory, but I do believe that that's how progress works. And so this is this generation's opportunity to push us forward. I believe in them. I believe in my son. I believe in all these young people out here. I believe in people like you doing the good work, the hard work, you know, and I think that it does matter. It matters.
most part, for me, still is really the base of it, the crux of it is documentation. But as we move forward, it became, you know, the story. It became, this was an American uprising of sorts, and something that's never been seen. So a lot of times, you know, my lens tends to gravitate towards that aspect of history that needs to be documented in a way that's going to be looked upon for future generations as this thing. Like, what happened then? This is what happened then. So it's kind of like my message to future generations. You know, I make images. I try to make impactful images. I try to make images that make a statement in my own way of protesting, I guess. The whole documentation process itself is about making images. I don't necessarily record, but I am recording, but I'm making images. If you have a camera phone and you're not necessarily trained as a photographer, or you're recording, I make images, as well as other photographers who are photojournalists or who are image makers. You have people who do that. That's what they do, as opposed to like, hey, I'm a photographer because I have a camera phone. No, not in my mind. So I kind of like just try to like weed through all that and get to where the main source of what I want to put into the visual context. I want that to be the most important aspect of what I'm doing on that particular day. And that really causes you to, to kind of like make images. You have to sit there, you have to watch and wait. You look at people's behavior, their facial expressions, and you wait for that particular precise moment, which I like to call the sovereign moment. That precise moment where you have to you're going to make that decision visually to make that image come into being. I'm thinking about getting to the main source of that particular image. Sometimes I gravitate to the outskirts of that event itself, or just people who not normally would be photographed, or people who were kind of like playing the wall of sorts. What's really going through my mind a lot of times is really to be safe and photograph in a safe manner, and photograph in a way that's not going to necessarily be exploitative, still allowing dignity to be shown through the lens itself, as well as not necessarily allowing like pure sensationalism. I do know that a lot of the people who are coming in to loot, I mean, this is me just really being on the ground and seeing it firsthand, we're not necessarily protesters. These were people who were opportunists. These were people who specifically came there with the intention of getting some free stuff. Those stores have insurance that could cover that. I'm not saying that was right, but they do have insurance that could cover it. I do believe that the economic opportunities for some people do not exist in their world, so they find it, easy to go ahead and like, I'm just gonna rip off, and because I'm caught up in this whole materialistic drive to go ahead and say, hey, I got this, I got that, mine is better than yours because it's that name brand. But that's American culture for you. You know what I'm saying? That's where it is right now. This is what's being advertised and pushed to the youth. Unfortunately, it manifested itself in that aspect of the protest, but it's not the protest. So it can't be really compared. And people who try to compare those two extremes as one are foolish and are people who really should not have a mic. Seeing the brother of George Floyd, I thought was very relative to what is being. He was like I said, he was very thankful, and he was very gracious in his presence. And just seeing that in itself inspired me to walk across the bridge. So I'm thankful for moments like that, because it sends a message that's bigger than necessarily that photograph at that moment. I'm gonna say the one with John Baptiste on Union Square, with his hand extended in the air, and then you see all the other instruments, because that was a really fun day to bring in music, the music to heal, and music to go ahead and push you further, and just that expression, that expressionism of creativity, I think lends itself to solutions. So that picture, in my mind, stands out to me because it's a form of protest, and as well as, you know, you're having musicians and creatives involved in the process of change.
I've raised the bar in the sense that I've been able to get promoted. I decided to join the police department in many ways to do what I'm doing right now, which is try to see what can be done to improve it. I was naive thinking that they'd embrace this, you know, someone from the community that could bring better ideas. I didn't realize that the system would push back on that. But I joined because I knew what I experienced, what my friends and I were experiencing, and what was going on throughout the United States, and how black men were being policed. And I figured, you know, let me join and see what I could do about it. I work for the New York City Police Department, going on 11 years, and I'm currently in the rank of lieutenant. Just a kid from Flatbush, born, you know, immigrant parents from Haiti, who was raised in tough times, tough situations. My mother died when I was real young. I was 3 years old. My father wasn't working since I was 6, and that was some serious ingredients right there. You know, usually success is not on the other side. So this is a building I was born and raised, grew up in. And this is where it all started, man. It's funny because I started reading late in life, and I would literally sit here and read, you know, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, all types of books. This was right around the time that Operation Impact started in the police department. And what they basically did is they flooded certain neighborhoods with rookie cops that stood on every corner. And they gave them quotas for how many arrest summonses and stop and frisks they each have to bring in on a monthly basis. So a lot of times the rookie officers would come here to see what we're doing, because they see a whole bunch of young black men congregating. And then yet I'm reading books, I'm quoting Marcus Garvey, I'm quoting Malcolm X. I remember they looked confused and they would just go back to their corners. You know what I mean? They were trying to meet their quotas. I didn't know that then. What's good, King? Doing some filming, you know what I mean?
Of course, you everything good?
You know this.
This is good.
All right, shit.
You just came out here?
Huh?
You just came out here?
Me, I just got here. When I was real young, cops were heroes. Cops were the people you call when something went wrong. That's it. And then I remember slowly seeing certain headlines like Amadou Diallo and Abner Louima, even Sean Bell a little later on. You know, when I started seeing these issues, I started questioning policing a lot. And then I started getting harassed by cops. And at first I didn't really know what it was, especially because most of the cops were white. I assumed they were simply racist. They were white. I was a young black kid. They hated black folks, so they were racist. But once I actually joined the department, I learned that it's much more complex than just simple individual racism. It's the racism that's interwoven in the system by the way of the enforcement quotas in Black and Hispanic communities. So even a well-meaning white cop or a cop of any race can still contribute to a racist system if they simply do what's asked of them, which is to enforce quotas in minority neighborhoods. So once I started understanding that and breaking it down, it started giving me some trouble. Just going to work, every day I was witnessing things that I noticed that my colleagues didn't even lose sleep over. And again, it's not because they're bad people, but this was the demand of the system that they were just meeting. Being an activist that's trying to get police reform while being employed by the most famous police department in the world, I'm really at a loss for words, but it's really difficult to explain what that's like. You know, to speak out against the detriments of policing and then walk into work 5 days a week, there's no explaining that. Because unfortunately, a lot of my colleagues and coworkers, they don't see it as me trying to improve the system, improve their jobs, their quality of life, relationship with the community. They see it as me being anti-police. Right now, cops feel as if they're under attack by the media and liberals, Democrats, and they feel I'm on the inside, a traitor that's contributing to that attack. So to have to carry that and go into work and do my job, it's insane. Sometimes it's real disheartening, the fact that there's not more support. You know, like the Stop Question and Frisk lawsuit. Because with that lawsuit, we were able to get real change. And I wish, along with Stop Question and Frisk, summonses and arrests were included, because it's very likely that a situation like Eric Garner would have never happened. Because everyone else just saw a white cop who didn't care about this guy. You know, they probably even saw him as a racist. I didn't see that watching that video. I saw a cop trying to meet his arrest quotas. Always been outspoken. I realized injustice is something I was never a fan of. I used to get in arguments with my dad when he was unfair. In that sense, my family's not surprised. They know I've always been this way. They are concerned though, because historically, it doesn't really end too well for whistleblowers. You know, it doesn't. Usually, it's not as happy ending. Activism is not easy work, but what keeps me grounded in knowing that I have to stay the course is understanding the millions of lives that are going to be positively affected if I'm successful.
We captured footage of a pregnant woman who her son was being arrested, and she was grabbed and slammed against the floor while she was 6 months pregnant. We've gotten footage of street vendors who were selling fruits and vegetables along Fifth Avenue. At 5 o'clock, there was an end of a festival and the police shut it down at 5:05. These vendors were slammed to the floor while in handcuffs, kicked around, beat up, 16-year-old girl choked by the captain of the precinct. All of this on video. And these are the things that, that happen a lot, And if we're not there capturing it, people just won't believe that it happens, that it's going on. But it's in this city, it's going on every day. When I was younger, as a Latino, young kid, teenager, people didn't believe you when you had a certain encounter with the police. Whether it was your parents, whether it was your teachers, no one in power believed young people and what we went through. Oh, cops are not that bad, But it really was until we started getting our hands on cameras and turning them on when the cops approached us to show, what that looked like, what that felt like. The first people to have to pave the way, as far as in this cop watch movement, we took a lot of hits. October 2002, I was a teaching artist for W.E.B. Du Bois High School, and after school I witnessed the police manhandling a teenager at the subway station. And I decided to grab a payphone, dial 911, and pull out a point-and-shoot digital camera and start taking pictures from 20 feet away in front of a token booth where the public was watching as the cops were slapping this kid around. As I was on the phone talking to the operator, describing what the cops looked like, cops walked up to me while I was on the payphone and maced me. As they took possession of the camera and handcuffed me, they all slammed me to the floor, piled up on top of me, and one officer cracked my head open with his walkie-talkie. They stomped on my handcuffs that were, behind my back, my arms. I got permanent nerve damage on my fingers, and a big gash to the top of my head, and I was sprayed with mace. I was taken to jail and charged with assaulting police, with obstruction of governmental administration, and a list of other bogus crimes that it took a year for them to dismiss. When I filed a complaint, police were attempting to intimidate me. They would show up to my house. There would be an unmarked police car parked in front of my house. They would show up at my job. They would go to my mother's job, and they would just follow us around, want themselves to be visible, wanting me to notice them. And they would wave at me, and they would drive by me, and that was an intimidation tactic. What I decided to do was get my friends to come with me, have multiple cameras. So I would have someone across the street on one angle, somebody on another angle, a chain of cameras watching over each other. As I would walk up to the parked unmarked car and knock on their window with the camera on and ask them, "Officer, can you identify yourself? How come you've been parked in front of my house for this whole entire week?" The cops would, roll their windows up and drive away. It was that experience that got me to see that I needed to organize with a group of people with multiple cameras where we watch over each other. We don't interfere, we don't obstruct. We're there to document, observe, and collect evidence as to what happened. They're putting body cams on police officers, and they already set up the rules to make sure that the public will not have access to this footage. So there's a camera that is worn on his body, on the chest, and it points outward. So it's not recording the cop, it's not recording the police officer's expressions, words, or whatever. It's recording what they're collecting of the public. So that's why our cameras are recording them. We need to document what they're doing, and what's happening in the scene. In Sunset Park, there are NYPD surveillance cameras already lined up through the poles on the busiest avenues in this neighborhood. And there's been a history of incidents that have happened with the police right underneath those cameras. I myself have taken out FOIL requests, applied for FOIL requests for the police department to release this footage. We recorded our version, and there's an unedited version recorded somewhere that the police has access to. And people have been arrested, people have been assaulted, they've gone to court, lawyers have subpoenaed this footage, and the police have never released this. So this is evidence that exists that the police department, the city of New York, purposely withhold. We've been able to use our cameras and our videos as evidence to get charges dropped, to be put in as evidence, to, you know what I'm saying, to protect people.
He ain't do nothing. I got your camera. He ain't do nothing. He ain't do nothing.
My name is Sean Leonardo. I'm an artist, and you are now seeing the work, my work, as backdrop to the exhibition Whisper or Shout. I'm here because just in a few hours, I will be performing a performance art piece called The Eulogy with an entire marching band. Teenagers of the Berean Community Drumline from East New York. All the power is in what happens tonight. All the power is in what it connects with the people present. And so there's no accident why we invited people to attend in funeral attire. This is a funeral, and this is an actual eulogy.
What are you waiting for me to tell you? What good will it do? What if I said that this isn't a funeral? That it's a holiday celebration?
All of my work, my career has really centered on definitions of masculinity. Broadening those definitions, questioning, problematizing preconceived notions of what manhood is. And now when Trayvon Martin was murdered, and I used that word purposefully, I looked at his image and two things started to happen. One, I was reminded of the same fear that was instilled, that was embedded at the center of my chest, right? The same fear that really stemmed from, let's say, a distrust growing up in Queens, right? Now I'm a Queensian, I'm from New York City. The second thing that started to occur and started to surface emotionally was that I realized that that young boy, his face could very well have been my face, could very well have been the face of a number of different people growing up that I grew up with, but also could be my son. I'm having a kid. I'm having a baby. The due date is May 30th. And so I had this emotional upheaval and I didn't even quite understand. And then I realized that I was coping with the fact that my potential son, my kid, was going to have to grow up with that same fear. And it would have been hypocritical, based on my practice, it would have been hypocritical of me to not address masculinity in terms of young brothers of color. And so I'm reading this book. And what I really became inspired to do was take those words and instead of address and memorialize Brother Todd Clifton, that I would then insert the names of young men of color that have died at the hands of the police between the last 3 and 5 years. Unfortunately, it was very easy to do. There was no lack of names.
His name was... His name was... His name was...
It is personal. It is personal in the same way that anyone that witnesses those videos or experiences any level of aggression with authority, with power, that it might be personal for them. It is in our surroundings. You know, it is very much part of our reality. And I just thought to myself, what could I do, not only to further the conversation around police violence, but to force it into people's hearts? I wanted to do something that hurts, right?
Go home and forget him. He's in this box, newly dead. Go home and don't think about it. He's dead, and you got all you can do to
think about. And it's not about empathy for me, and it's not about revisiting some sort of trauma, not about a level of catharsis. It's about bearing witness to something that is incredibly, incredibly awful and powerful.
Tell them to get out of the box and teach those cops to forget that rhyme. Tell them to teach those cops that when they call you nigga, make a rhyme the trigger that the guns backfire.
When you have issues, you know, you don't always have to bring in the police department. You could work that out. If you have a peacemaker and residents that are willing to listen and feel and later on understand the fact that we're not at each other, we're not against each other, but we just want peace, just like everybody else does.
We have judges who are smart enough, particularly at the Justice Center in Red Hook, who know that not everything that happens that's a criminal charge is in fact a criminal act.
If you look in the penal law, if I have an assault case, I can decide whether the people have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. If so, give a criminal conviction to a person in order protection for the victim. Defendant has all the consequences of a criminal conviction. Victim is still looking over his or her shoulder. Everyone in the area knows that the victim testified against the defendant. I want to send this case to peacemaking. I sent a case like that to peacemaking. My first case came back where the defendant was in court saying he knew that he had made some mistakes and he was sorry for the decisions he made. The victim decided to be there. The victim was there for the offender. They left arm in arm. The victim turned to the offender and said, "Do you need a ride home?" That's a result I could not deliver. That's a result that convinced me from day one of the power of peacemaking.
First, I'd like to go over a little bit of quick ground rules. This is the talking piece, and this is what we use to pass around. When someone has a talking piece, they have the stage pretty much, and they command your attention to speak and say what they have to say. The talking piece will ultimately go around the circle, and everyone will have a chance to speak.
I don't understand why you called the police on me. If he felt some type of way, he could have came to the party. I didn't tell him he couldn't come.
You have anything to say?
I didn't call the police on you. The only time I called the police on you was when we got into that physical altercation. I don't know what you're talking about. I got kids at home that need to sleep at a certain time. Now, come on. I understand the weekends, but you got to cut your party short now.
I really don't have much to say. I'm just over the loud music and what's going on, and it just need to stop.
The program was brought to the Red Hook Justice Center 4 years ago to help people that was having minor disputes, like somebody's playing their music too loud and they don't want to turn it down, so it becomes a court issue. Basically, I guess there's civil cases that we could show some civility and work these problems out with ourselves.
The peacemaking program came about as a result of our relationships with Native American tribes. We had been traveling around to tribes all across the country and learning about their approaches to justice.
We had the Native
people, the Navajo, come in to train us in peacemaking. And we learned that peacemaking is an ancient way of problem solving. And we learned that peacemaking also has to do with storytelling, and that we have a commitment to each other, and we have a commitment to community. We have a commitment to tell our stories. And in telling those stories is how we solve these problems. That's one way of, kind of opening up the circle. And everybody has a story to tell.
We're always accustomed to using microwave justice. We always want things solved right away. But with peacemaking, it doesn't happen like that. Sometimes a case could take 1 week to 2 months, on a weekly basis.
I would like you guys to see how it goes, and we'll set up another date for him to come back. But I also want to know that just for you, how would he or she or his wife contact you if something arises?
Think of what the advantages would be if small disputes of community members were not in the courts, that youngsters who made a dumb mistake by starting a fight in the schoolyard did not have to have charges pressed against them or go to a facility or be fingerprinted, etc. Think of what it does to help a young person figure out, I am powerful in this situation, I can help solve this, Those are the kinds of things that peacemaking does. Think of how it feels for the community to have a voice in how something gets settled or solved between a dispute with neighbors.
So maybe we should do the cases first. Peacemaking is the most innovative and effective tool I've seen in the justice system in my over 35 years in criminal justice. It delivers better results for victims, for offenders, for community courts, and for police.
So I would say this, as far as working out the issue with you, it's cool Monday through Thursday, music be down 9, Friday, Saturday, 1 o'clock. All right.
You're being very considerate. I do appreciate that. Now, you said 9 o'clock on the weekdays and 1 o'clock in the morning.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
Welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
It's not like a customer, it's like a family to me now.
Daniel Travel came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
Illuminated like a supernova, running hide safeties off and shoot us sober. Yeah, bazooka flow, they shooting super soakers. Anything moving get hit, Duke Nukem nuked and it's over. Yeah, I told you, October 25 of 09 was a pivotal time. I went from being a candle to an inferno and burned slow like catering on a sternal. Plain signal rehearsal, every moment is game time, every moment is practice. Why there's never a lane line? I'm Michael Jordan, Kobe, LeBron with the same mind. I will it to happen, you Willis, what happened? See, Willis was happening, he gave me the keys. Told me to keep going even if no one believed. Keep running your race even if your feet bleed. If you don't see that finish line yet, gun at full speed like.
Tonight's guest breaks the musical chains of genre and challenges our musical sensibilities, forcing us to think outside of the box. FKA Jazz is here tonight to take us on a multi-dimensional musical journey. This is B-Side, and I'm your host, Kenyatta Beasley, and we're going to get right into it. Before you introduce the band, can you tell us a little bit about the first song that you just played?
Oh, right. So that was actually a smash-up of a song from my debut record. The debut record is called Stereotype Threat, and that was a song entitled FAF, which I can't say what that means. Hit me up on the gram.
Yeah, I don't think we have that 10-second delay here. This is live.
That's what's up. But yeah, that song is really dear to me. It's one of the first songs that I produced on that record, Stereotype Threat. And that was smashed up with, we had to pay homage to Jay Dilla, Slum Village, so we did Fall in Love a little bit after that, as a little bit of an homage to one of my, biggest influences.
All right. Can you introduce the band now?
Yeah, most def. So I got my True Culture family here. Oh, there we go. That's what's up. Yeah. Nice. Starting right here, we have the most amazing Elise Testone. Please give it up. My man holding it down on the bass. Give it up for Yoshiki Yamada. He flew in from Japan just for this show. And all the other shows and things like that.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. He lives down the street, actually. I did. This is my main man right here. On the drums, give it up for Justin Sweeney. I got these two incredible MCs right here, starting with my man, who we started True Culture together. That's BD3 right there. So true. And my main man has been rocking with me for a minute now already, man. Like, give it up for Edson Sean. And actually, one of my dearest friends and longtime friends, please give it up on the keys, Noah McNeil.
So before we delve into your biographical information, I have to note that Edson, you're an alumnus of the show.
Yes,
so how did this True Culture? Am I getting it right?
Yeah. That's true.
How did this band get together? What's the concept of True Culture?
Well, I mean, actually, it's kind of interesting. So, I went through a long trajectory of being a jazz musician, and then kind of stepping out of that, and I became an EDM producer. Mostly to learn how to produce, just in general. And then that kind of led to this kind of amalgamation of what I call FKA Jazz, formerly known as jazz. So that in itself kind of started to spark my interest in working with a lot of young men, and young women working in the industry from the hip hop side, because I really wanted to make sure I was paying homage not just to the foundation of Black American music, which is jazz, but also paying homage to everything that's come before it. And I really feel like my generation is the generation of hip hop. And in order to do that, I wanted to really work with the best people, just right in front of me. And the first guy, one of the first guys I met to do that with was this guy right here. This is Justin Sweeney, and we started rocking right away. He's contributed to my first album, and he's contributed a lot to my next album that's coming out in March. But we really started working together, and through him, that's where I was able to meet Edson, where I was able to meet BD3, and these guys right here, Noah and Yoshiki, I've known them through working in the jazz world. So when it came to putting a band together, these are my homies, they're coming with me type,
So as we travel back in time, and your foundation is jazz, right? You're born and raised in Houston.
Yep.
What was your first exposure to jazz?
Well, so in Houston, there's this culture True. Yeah, but there's a really amazing culture of musicians that have come out of this program called the Summer Jazz Workshop. And before that, you know, my mom, her first husband was actually a jazz musician. He went by Larry Whittington, and he played in the Duke Ellington band. And like, I just happened to like find a saxophone under my mom's bed, and like, I don't know, maybe for sentimental reasons, she, you know, always kept it under the side of the bed that she slept on. But I was poking around, I found that saxophone, and naturally, through playing saxophone, I started to get into jazz. So one of my first teachers as a saxophonist was Conrad Johnson, who's legendary, you know, as far as like, I mean, he's worked with people from like, you know, Walter Smith III, who, you know, some people in the jazz world would know, to many, many people. And so he really taught me the foundation of like how to play bebop, how to, you know, really mimic some of the greats like Charlie Parker and Ben Webster, and the list goes on.
And this is where were you studying at? Is it SVA in Houston at this point, or is it
Oh,
before
so I was.
that?
This is before that.
Okay.
So I started playing saxophone in elementary school.
Oh, okay.
And before that, I was playing violin and just like rocking classical music, and that was dope. But you know, that was cool. But like definitely, you know, as a young kid, the violin just didn't seem as cool as the saxophone. So I was like, Mom, please let me play.
That depends on who you talk to.
It depends, you know, and honestly, I wish I still play violin.
So-
But yeah. But yeah, you know, it was like definitely, you know, that was the main influence.
Cool. So I want to get back to when you go to SVA in Houston and pick it up.
HSPVA.
HSPVA.
High School for Performing and Visual Arts, homie.
Cool. So I want you to set the next two songs, and we can pick up your bio from there, because
Okay.
people want to hear more playing.
That's what's up,
than talking.
right?
All right. The next two songs are.
Okay, so how about this? All right, let's get into the holiday spirit. You know, we just had Thanksgiving. So I actually released last year around this time my rendition of Let It Snow. Sounds good? All right, let's do it.
FKA Jazz.
That's what's up. He forgot his sleigh bells, though. That's the only thing. You know.
You have one more song after this one.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
You know what? Let me get my man BD3 up then. Okay. And we're going to do Love Supreme. Yeah. Actually, this is Supreme Love, though. There's a difference. Yeah.
Penetrated the armor, Dharma. What's the duty of the booty for the battle for them parts of fools' riches? Our treasures more exquisite. Fly capers, my caper to burning buildings. Who's in it? Two love-struck horny children. That was us on the bus, rather cab to the pad. These episodes echoes in my past. 9-5s and coach bags. No coach buses, front seats and first class. I used to walk you down to the hall in your first class. Never knew what love supreme would still last. Move like a Cancer, moon is a Sag, rising is a Leo, but a Gemini I am, so I live in double conscious. Contemplate the math. If we divide it, will I still be who I am? I don't know. Let's go. That's the OG love. Humble beginnings that we all speak of. That's that OG love. Humble beginnings that we all speak of. Break it down. Knowledge, wisdom, now understand we grow from out the dirt. Let me touch that land. It only grows how you fertilize these strands. So permeate and germinate and let that stand. You gon' let that stand? I'ma let that be. See, the gifting of your presence is real. I gotta clear it, erase it, bring matter a spaceship we don't know. Come propeller with your fella, see how far we go. Spending weekends, FaceTime, Jones and reminisce. Best assist, you throwing your lips to kiss. We past that. Graduate the soul insist. Intertwining into mining on some fusion. Look, baby life, that's all we have in sight. Lonesome winter's night, it's melted by your sight. Long as we in the fight, never leave cause you my right. The highest loving you seen, yeah, right. Humble beginnings that we all speak of. That's that OG love. Humble beginnings that we all speak of. The OG love. Humble beginnings that we all speak of. Yeah. You know that OG love? That first love? That foundation, that beginning? Y'all know what I'm talking about. That supreme love, ain't nothing higher than that. Type of love that can move nations. In and out, up and down. Right or wrong, you always gonna go back to that love. Supreme love. Yeah. OG.
BD3. Yes, sir.
FKA. I'll go by FKA.
Sure.
What was the name? What was the name of that last one? Is it Love Supreme or Supreme Love?
Supreme Love, homie. Yeah. I'm not trying to get sued.
That was your version of.
Yeah.
I don't want to say the other.
That's what's up.
So we have you. Let me get this right. At the Houston School of Performing and
High school.
High school
for performing and visual arts.
All right, cool. So that's basically the performing arts high school in Houston, because every major city has one.
Yeah.
Some are more known than others.
That's what's up.
So
HSPVA is more known than LaGuardia.
So you're.
Whoa!
Oh, those could be fighting words in these parts.
I'm just kidding, y'all. Come on, don't make me.
So I'm assuming that by this point in your life, you were pretty, you're a freshman, sophomore, and you're really serious. So this is the place in Houston where you go to actually study.
Yeah, definitely.
So how did that play? How were you influenced?
Well, as quiet as it's kept, I got into HSPVA as a violinist because I sucked at the saxophone. True story. True. Yeah, yo, so he's gonna hate me after this, yo. He's like, stop. Nah, but like, so I had to fight to get into the jazz program, and like, at that time as a freshman, like, I was at school with people like Robert Glasper, like, was like a senior or something, like on his way out, but like, those are like the cats, like him and like Mike Moreno and Kendrick Scott and Walter Smith. So I was like looking up to these guys because they started playing jazz like way before me. And, I basically spent my whole freshman year like fighting to like get into that school. And I actually got kicked out of HSPVA because I spent more time in the practice room than in my class. Sorry. Oops. But then I got a 3.9 GPA in college, so that's what's up.
So from there, you decided to make the move to New Orleans.
Yeah. So actually, I first got into Jackson State University, which is a predominantly black school.
HBCU.
Yeah, HBCU, and like so that was an amazing experience. But I was there only for a year before I moved to New Orleans, and there I spent a good 4 years. It was amazing.
So you have a love affair with jazz, and now you find yourself in the birthplace of jazz.
Most def.
And so, how was New Orleans for you?
It was amazing. I mean, right away I made friends with some of the legends, coming out of New Orleans. Ellis Marcellus, who is this amazing piano player and also just so happens to have birthed the, Wynton Marsalis and Jason Marcellus and Branford Marcellus, and the list goes on, but we'll leave it at that.
Right.
But, and I started playing with Jason. Actually I was in his first band when he switched to Vibes. Which he's doing a lot more now, but like I was there at his first gig where he was like fumbling trying to play Vibes because he had it up here, but he didn't know how to do it there, But yeah, it was an amazing experience, being able to learn from, people like Ellis and like, Jean Baptiste, just like so many amazing people, Ed Peterson, just like, there's like a really strong foundation that still exists and still lives in New Orleans that's very different from anywhere else you can like
right, because usually it's like a pilgrimage for a lot of musicians.
Yeah.
So as you're down there, you decide, I want to move to New York City. Right. At what point? Or was New York City always in the plans for you?
It's funny, man. Like I was dating someone at the time in New Orleans, and the plan was to come up to New York, you know, get my fill, just like come up here to go to school and then go back. Because I had a pretty good career down there. I started working with like Nicholas Payton, you know, like I'm on like Jill Scott's like record that she put out in 2005 because of those connections. So I was like, I'm just gonna go there, go to grad school and come back so I can get back to business. But I got up here, man, and I was just in love with the city. And like just just knowing also that my dad spent his formative years here when, you know, like right after college, he like moved to Brooklyn, and like just kind of feeling like the connection with like a city that for some reason, like I felt like I grew up here, but I didn't, you know? So I don't know, it's kind of interesting. Like I don't really know how to put that in words, but once I got here, I was like, I'm not leaving, you know?
Now you're in Brooklyn.
There we go, man.
So can you set up the next song for us?
Sure. Let's keep BD3 up here. Why not? You know what I'm saying? And let's do, I'm going to have him do Eye of the Hurricane with us, yeah.
Your version of the Herbie Hancock song?
Yeah. We have a different version from Herbie, so, you know. Hopefully Herbie approves.
Once again, FKA Jazz.
Right from the top. 1,
Check it out. Hey, what a journey, got some road lessons. After every checkpoint, you seem to know better. Functions are given, depending how the form's measured. I never followed guidelines and wrote my own legend. Putting passion before pleasure, you thought they was linked. Magnetizing the game from different sides of the ring. My insignia, indelible ink across the sphinx. Where the jewels of flawless tuck from the daughters of kings. There's a deep connection through creation, no mistaking. How to capture an epic within a painting. Every chapter's a brushstroke. Can hear while he's stained glass, this is the gusto. Well, if you must know, the maturation of a man through heinous time. Seeing the fruits of his labor played by parasites. A hole in gourds full of nectar. Other hand is a scepter. Universal control. All right, let's take it to New York way. Look, I was a monkey flipping to the box and Bobby Simmons. Fell in love with Halle Berry, hated Robin Givens. Without a pot to pissing, he urinated out your window, top the roof for instance. Hitting foot on the 2-5 for some instance of oils. I cop the Frank and Myrrh, mix it up with the cool water, make the kitty purr. I been the builders and dirty mattresses and ring galore. Broke a piece of sheetrock just to make a skelly board. To bring the game to the city, we set the barcode. The El Camino, like trucks of Ibazino, tomatoes, the Pellegrino, back the gritty at times. My tape that caught the wickedest rhymes. Soon let Lisa and Dre, the 8 and 8. Duck it up, sometimes I mess up, but I just do that, and I just screw that. F that, screw that. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Hey.
Hey man, Herbie Hancock would approve of that.
Yeah?
He would approve of
All
that.
right,
So
all right.
tell us some more about this, your
was
latest
adventurous.
project, Stereotype Threat.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah. So what's the background on that record?
So that was the first record after a long time of producing electronic music, kind of going back to the culture after learning a lot from some really close friends. I was in this project called Pax Humana, which was an electronic music production team, which was like basically me and this guy, Brian Lindgren, who's amazing, and you should definitely check him out if you're into like Four on the Floor, you know, let's go to the club type, you know, music. Yeah, seriously. We did a lot of that. But, you know, I really started working with him to learn how to produce. And after a while, I really wanted to get back to, you know, the things that I really, truly love, which is to play saxophone and to produce like hip hop music and jazz music. And so Stereotype Threat was kind of the first attempt of like really stepping away from working together with my boy Brian and doing something on my own as a producer. What was it that, you know, would really define my sound if I was to do this on my own? And so Stereotype Threat really kind of came, that name in itself really kind of came from this idea of not being afraid to be myself. Because for a long time, working in the jazz world, it was like you had to play a certain way and you had to kind of do things a certain way, or at least that was, at least the people around me were kind of like, you know, preaching that. And, you know, I grew up listening to hip hop. I grew up listening to, you know, even like smooth jazz like Kirk Whalum, and I really wanted to like, you know, be able to bring that all into like one thing, because funk and, you know, R&B were just as much a, you know, important to me as, you know, jazz and like listening to like old records of like Prez, you know.
Right. So basically, you found yourself embracing the music of now.
Yeah.
Against, while you still have a relationship with the history and the culture of jazz.
That's what's up, yeah.
So what happened when you got to New York? Did this production side become more relevant, And
it
you
wasn't
thought-
right away. No. I spent, right after graduating from Manhattan School of Music, I toured as a jazz musician. I
Mhm.
did a bunch of just going back and forth to Europe and doing all the clubs there, and it was fun. But I didn't feel like I was really doing what I
Who you
felt.
were.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I felt like I was fitting into, a certain scene that was there, and being able to stretch into that. But it wasn't until recently, really in the past 2 years, where I was like, I need to step back and really evaluate who it is that I am.
Mhm.
And so that's where Stereotype Threat came from, that whole idea of not being afraid to be who you are, on the deepest level, not being afraid to be an African American black man, right here in New York, not being afraid to, be open to, the philosophies that, I hold true, like Buddhism, all kinds of things surrounding the idea of embracing who you are. And so hopefully people, when they listen to it, they also feel a sense of inspiration to also truly be who they are.
So Stereotype Threat is basically a snapshot of who you are right now as a musician, and this is your gift to the world.
I hope so, man. I mean, I have a lot more gifts to give,
Tis the season.
Yeah, most def. I mean, I honestly, I'm in the final stages of finishing my next project, which hopefully will come out at the, sometime at the beginning of next year. And so I already feel so far removed from Stereotype Threat, because as we continue to make music, we progress and,
keep going forward.
Exactly.
I'd like to talk a little bit about True Culture and your next project, but can
Yeah.
you set us up with the next song right now?
Sure. Let's get Edson Sean and Elise Testone up here. And before we do this next song, first off, all of these guys are amazing, but Elise is just such a powerhouse, such an amazing, amazing spirit, but you're gonna hear that and how she sings this next song. It's just I mean, I'm so excited about this song. It's gonna be really dope.
Does the song have a name, sir?
Yes, it's called Star-Crossed Lovers. Star-Crossers, actually. Star-Crossers. I'm still in the production of this, we'll see what happens.
Once again, FKA Jazz.
Beautifully. There you go.
But in a normal sense.
Right.
Star-crossed lovers on the road.
We on the road line.
Where we go, never know. Feeling like this love will last, or will it simply pass? Hey, yeah.
Met on a Tuesday, happy hour Midtown. Tequila shots, I had 6 rounds. Yeah, she was on a third Long Island iced tea, so by the time we started a talk, conversation was freely moving. Yeah. Oh snap, that's my song, that's your song too? Sounded we could both get along. Lights on, last long, body still intertwined. Way too familiar, is it in my mind? In a line with the universe. I was Mars, she was Venus, how could you rehearse? Such a collision of heavenly bodies. Am I dreaming or am I in a hearse? My Nirvana, queen from the Bahamas, and seen the stars scripted a scene for TV drama, making a good case for me to believe in karma. You put it in the ether and you get it right back. Yeah. I think I found my match. Yeah.
Star-crossed lovers on the road.
We on the road like
Where we go, never know.
we never know, no.
Feeling like this love will
impromptu vacation. We stagnating, I'm thinking of vacating. Playing cancellations, best friends hating, defining the outline of our love constellations. Yeah, the stars must be playing Geppetto, or a melody of a more that need a sustained pedal. Best efforts met with the worst outcome. Feelings of am I good enough? And the how comes, they come way too often. Way too many reasons why we can't meet our love in a coffin. Yo, and I'm still coughing, trying to find where you are, and I see you very often. But we can't find where love is. Dreaming about marriage, life, and the kids. But we gon' back cause we are star-crossed lovers.
Star-crossed lovers on the road.
We on the road like.
Where we go, we'll never know.
We never know, y'all.
Feeling like this overwhelmed.
Yes.
Or will it simply pass?
Amazing. Edson Sean, too.
Yeah, beautiful.
Woo!
So FKA, the next record.
Yes, sir.
Is because it's kind of funny. You before the break, you said I'm kind of awkward, and then I just remembered the name of your new project is called
Beautifully Awkward.
So it seems as if you've embraced that.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I've embraced every part of who I am.
Well, it's like a musician. it's really a musician awkward. That but I understand.
You feel that
being a musician.
That's what's up.
So tell me about this your new project.
The new project.
Beautifully Awkward.
Beautifully Awkward, man.
Yes.
So it's actually a love album, and the idea is that not only am I beautifully awkward, but I also find that love itself is beautifully awkward. You know, it's beautiful, but in order to really truly be in love, it has to be very awkward as well. There's like definitely awkward moments where you're really revealing yourself, you know, like peeling the layers of the onion, as they say. The whole record is really centered around the ideas of love, and you know, especially in an age where, you know, honestly, like, you know, we're in such a divisive, you know, age right now. It's also important that we remind ourselves of what really matters, and that's love. So, you know, albums like this one, Star Crossers, or records like this one. Also, Supreme Love is going to be on there, and like, so we're kind of trying out a lot of the stuff for the first time live, which is really fun for us.
So this project is basically, is this your production? Are you
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And this is this a coming out party for a true culture within Beautifully
Yes.
Awkward?
Yes, sir.
True.
That is very true, homies. Yeah.
So tell us a little more about, before we get into the next song, tell us more about True Culture and like what that really means to you.
So True Culture, we're officially launching around the time of the release of this record, which will hopefully be March 2019. It's a collective of musicians, of artists, you know, hip hop and R&B artists. But we also want to venture off from that and you know, work with other fashion artists, other visual artists as well, and really create a true culture around what we feel is dear to us, which is like hip hop and jazz music. Obviously we know about hip hop culture, we know about jazz culture, but one thing that's very true for us is that those things, wow, that's what's up. You'll never forget. One thing for us is that those two things go very hand in hand. Actually hip hop came out of sampling jazz records. You think of someone like CL Smooth, and Pete Rock, you think of Tribe Called Quest, they were all sampling like the dopest jazz records. Yeah.
Thank you, FKA Jazz and True Culture, for sending us on a sonic voyage. Be sure to keep up with FKA Jazz on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at FKA Jazz. His website is fkajazz.com, and you can keep up with the crew at True Culture Music. I'm Kenyatta Beasley. And I hope that you had a spectacular time with us tonight. Make sure you stop by our Brick House studio every Thursday to hear more of the best music that Brooklyn has to offer. You can also check out tonight's installments and past episodes anytime at youtube.com/Bric Tv, or check out our Brick Radio podcast wherever you stream podcasts. All right, FKA Jazz, please take us out with one more song right after this.
So fragile like a flower in a glass, chanting beyond, imagine that the bloom will be your last. As we assume midnight to noon, the treachery for you to question anything. Without the finger, the eerie feeling of prevailing keeps the ignorant trailing. The fatal mistake of a man is his own brain, but I travel all straight, travels elusive. Watching people flow out of freak with a regal on these travel roads. Temptation batter my eyes while I'm on my hey, but chop the pop, the pop of the chop, the skibbity pop, the pop, pop. Wop it up, but I be do stop, the dope, the doop, dop, dimmy. Beak it up, but you pop, the doop, dop, dimmy. Won't stop the bimmy, won't stop the dimmy. You thought that was rap, but the O's got Jimmy. Yeah! Dipping in my, I'm dipping in my box of chocolates. Dealing with the hand that was dealt the only option. Forrest Gump into my next goal. Run, boy. OJ, listening to OJs. Sipping on Ciroc on the rocks with some OJ. Think I need some Coldplay, a hymn for the weekend. I feel my limbs weaken. I guess I went too heavy on that double shot. That usually happens when I think about what others got. Comparative narratives never did me well. Might have lost the race if I looked to the right or left. Might have left calm in the dust if I kept the blinders on. Cause see, the easy part for me's to find a song to sing. Even when I'm doubting my journey, I'm down and out when my dreams are out for the count on the gurney. I learned it's the ups and downs that make you a diamond. God, there's the shades I'm shining. Yes.
Arm, leg, arm, head, I'm an arm man. So what? I'm a arm, leg, arm, head, I'm an arm man. Let me get spiritualized. I'm an arm, leg, I'm an arm man. Leg, yeah, leg, arm, leg, I'm an arm man. Leg, I'm an arm man.
Yeah.
I'm doing this with the whole man.
Okay.
I'm doing this for my homeland. I'm doing this for my own fan. That's the true culture of music.
Yes.
That's some true shit, I do this.
Okay.
Now BD3, yeah, I'm fluid and skitter scatter, rip the water. You thought I came here and messed up. No, this is free jazz, we don't fess up.
Yes.
We don't bless up. I do this S up, the yes up, the fess up, the fess up, the bless up, professor.
Yes.
A rhyming, offended Simon, no simple Simon, the cherry, a hymen, I do it like that. I flip it like that, I flip it right back. I give it back to Ezra I get it right back.
He throw it right back and I won't catch that. Grab microphones and I do like a snapback.
Alright.
Keep it on and turn it around when I'm spitting. Grab microphone, I'm leaving your girl smitten.
Ooh.
When they see me over the top, I stroke. This is PG-13, I won't even curse though.
Yeah.
Grab microphone and I'ma take money out purses though. When they see me, I rehearse this flow. Ever again, flow with no paper, no pen. On the top with the mic, I'ma spit it like phlegm. Do for your friends, do for your girl, do for your boys. Grab microphones, these mic instruments, toys. Toys, playing with often. Grab microphones, you'll be left in a coffin. If you battle me, you will be left like an orphan. I'ma have to stop now, cause Skeptic
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to. right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream. We live in Brooklyn, baby. We live in Brooklyn, baby. We're trying to make it, baby.
In the olden days, Brooklyn was booming with industry and the future was full of promise and hustle and bustle. Here we go. In 1903, the famous coal man J. Murphy said, "I've had enough with trains. Trains suck. And war. War sucks even more. I want to do something exciting. I want to invest in a bar that makes breakfast 24/7. This man would become the owner of Downstream Bar in Brooklyn, which would be the equivalent of any large chain without the big blue cocktails or other locations. People had breakfast for dinner, breakfast for lunch, and of course, breakfast for breakfast. And it was passed down generation to generation from father to daughter and daughter to son and son to daughter until me. Wow, I was cute. My mom and dad got divorced in 1993, so I spent the summers working in dad's restaurant. I wasn't good at it, but honestly, no one cares when your dad owns the bar. After college, I got my best friend Miri a job at Downstream. She lived in the neighborhood her entire life, so when she started managing, she just had to walk from next door. And she got to meet my friends, Jorge, Omar, OG, and Chris. We're a family to each other and a family to the community. Downstream has been a fixture in the neighborhood forever, which is why you should come to Downstream and buy a ton of food. We're located on the corner of Caton and Ocean, which is where you will also... Whoops. That was as far as I got. It's pretty good, right? Well, Mr. Galloway, thank you for stopping by so unexpectedly.
You asked me to come here.
Well, whatever. We're so happy to have you.
This menu is too big for a bar. It's bigger than the textbooks I had in law school.
Well, we're always hoping to give you more options, because in so many cases, you have so few.
God, we all look exactly alike. Like, will I still have a personality if I date you, or... It's occupied, for Christ's sake! Jesus.
Oh, Mr. Galloway, we so appreciate the support that you've given us over the years.
Your father was like family to me.
Oh, he was like family to me too, until he ghosted me 2 months ago and is never coming back to life. It's like, Dad, I miss you so much. And I also need some money. Mr. Galloway, I could beat around the bush all day, but I need $20,000 by the end of the week, which sounds like a lot, Because it is.
Hi, good afternoon and welcome to Downstream. Mr. Galloway, our favorite silent partner. Oh, wow. What's that? Is it a very special cocktail for our guest?
For you, Jean, for you. Yes. No, Chris, I'll have an iced tea.
No drink? That's a first.
He's joking. I'm not a drinker. Chris is one of those funny gays.
I'm not gay. Just kidding, huge homo.
Amigo.
Sí, ¿qué pasó?
Estoy buscando trabajo de lavaplatos, tal vez aquí.
Escucha, amigo. Usted no quiere trabajar aquí, ¿entiende? Ahora, vamos, váyase, váyase. Vaya, vaya, ándele. Loco, qué bárbaro.
Here are the lunch menus.
Thanks. I've been waiting for these. Everyone has.
Sorry it took so long. I was having trouble rearranging the food we usually sell into specials.
Well, I mean, you didn't go to college for that, right?
Minor. It was my minor.
Is the restaurant gonna close?
I don't know.
But like today?
Do I need to flirt with someone right now?
Me. Ugh, I do not need this right now. 3 dates already canceled on this week. It's like, okay, universe, mom's not gonna get her hair back anytime soon. I just need a boyfriend before you go.
Dude, I'm so sorry. I mean, my mom is still so healthy and strong. She seemed younger than me sometimes, honestly.
Thanks for that, Omar. Great.
Shut up. Let me check it out.
What do you think of this guy?
Oh, he looks exactly like you.
God damn it!
Hi, Jean.
Here.
You look so well.
You look amazing. Wow, wow.
Stop it. Congrats on your new life.
Divorce is so hard. You can't always choose the people you love. I'll bet if you'd known better, you would have chosen a non-smoker for your freshman year roommate.
Of course not. I'm so happy with the way my life turned out. She'd still choose me. I'm sure. I'm sure. I gotta go.
Yeah, I'll go too. I know you don't want to hear this.
Don't say it.
Just get him to give you $1,000 to close easily. Shut out the electricity, get everything in order so you can do your W-2s.
Fuck off, I'm not closing.
Okay, I guess I'll do the W-2s.
Why do you say stuff like that to me? I feel like you don't even like me.
I can't not give you good advice. I'm just trying to help you.
Don't follow me.
Everybody freeze. Put your hands in the air. This is a stick up.
OG, come on. You have customers out there.
I'm sorry, but I have to book this thing. I haven't worked in a year.
Yeah, I know. You're probably gonna need a new job soon.
Listen, I don't have good advice in general, but when all is lost, I just get mad. When everything seems to be over, just start screaming. That's how I booked that tampon commercial. Ah! This ends in chaos. Chaos!
Oh, thank God. Thank you. Thank you. You're not gonna regret this. Mr. Galloway, I don't want to be rude, but this is very insulting. It's not even manicure, pedicure, and tip.
Ella está haciendo estilos que no debería.
Me lo dices a mí.
Hi, how's it going? Everyone happy? All about ready to order?
I respectfully decline your pity gesture.
I'm not gonna take that back. I don't need a manicure or pedicure either.
I don't want to beg, but I need this money, okay? I took over this restaurant 2 months ago, and yeah, I could use some help, but I'll do better. I won't drink any of the inventory.
If I could, I would.
Monica, I think Omar really needs to talk to you right now.
Just tell him to hang on for a second.
I think you should take a moment away from this situation.
Monica, I have an urgent question about drink specials.
I'll have the Fat Farmer breakfast.
No, Chris. He does not get to order.
But I'm very hungry. I lost my wife.
Oh my God, I'm single too.
Oh my God, Chris, he got divorced. She's not even dead.
Still single.
Monica, the customer is always right.
Sí, Mónica. El cliente siempre tiene la razón.
Yeah, the customer is always right.
My father would be so disappointed in you.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
Don't be a jerk. Just think about what my family means to you and cut me a break.
Show me half the money in a week, and I'll give you the rest.
Come on. There's no way I can do that.
I didn't think it was possible for you either.
Jorgito,
Sí.
¿será que los compañeros de trabajo se mantienen en contacto después de que un trabajo termina?
No. Si son muy amigos, se dan cumplidos en LinkedIn. Pero eso es todo.
This place used to be really something. I got hit on by celebrities, famous people. I was muy caliente.
Oh, my friend. You're almost fluent.
Oh, mucho gusto.
Por nada.
Yeah, I was. This place was so great.
Yeah. I made out with Marsha Parks outside for the first time. She knocked out my earring and she said I was bi because I was wearing an earring in the first place. Girls are dumb. Earrings are cool. Earrings are cool. Marsha Parks was a fool. I wanna skinny dip in her pool and take a dump in it.
Bad night, right?
Okay, night.
You always do such a good job.
Oh, Monica. You keep it. Good night.
Who keeps putting these things up?
I don't know. Maybe his team.
Ugh, no one is getting elected by annoying the shit out of civilians. Remember when I dated Todd Leftweather?
Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy. Fuck him. Bad dick and worse conversation. But I wanted to stay with him so much and blah, blah, blah. I kept pulling away.
That guy was such a fucking bonehead.
Total bozo. Ugh, the worst. And remember when I was so heartbroken when he finally broke up with me and you were like, why? He sucks, fuck him. But it wasn't sad because it sucked. It was sad because I knew it was gonna happen. Sometimes things end, Monica. They just end.
Sister, quiet child, I'm told. Found outside with your bag of gold. In that bag, your family. Note to help and keep you pleased. Ah! Leave our love, will new sister grow. tell each other all.
We are the ghosts of your long-deceased ancestors.
But you look so much like my current employees.
That's because in dream states you can't make anything up. You just recycle what you already have. It's Wizard of Oz style. I'm Jay Murphy.
My great-great-great-great-grandfather and the originator of Downstream.
Yes, it is I!
Sorry, I'm allergic to fog.
Oh, ancestors from long before this. A, I'm so sorry that I didn't Google your pictures before now. And B, I have a huge problem.
You need to save our restaurant, our heritage, our family!
I don't know what to do. I can't let you down.
Monica, you must depend on the power of community. In 1946, there was a sewage issue, and many of our neighbors lined up one by one with buckets to take the sewage out.
Ew.
But GGG grandfather, it's not like that anymore. Like, nobody cares about community. Everybody just cares about followers.
Enough excuses. I told you what you need to do.
That wasn't a real answer!
Great-great-great-great-granddad?
Pobre muchacha. Huh. Debes estar muy estresada. Oh, Dios mío.
Hola, gatos y gatitos. Hoy será el día más caluroso del año en Brooklyn con temperaturas de más de 100 grados. ¡Shazam! Gatos, sigue así. A convenience store is having a field day as the community rallies around it after a tragic robbery. I thought we were for sure going to close, and the community really came to use. We made $15,000 overnight. I'm going to cry. I mean, 15,000?
Yo, put your hands in the air. This is a stick-up.
I got it.
Oh, qué bonito.
Monica? Monica, come on. Monica, honey, we have to leave.
Where you go, I go.
See you next summer.
See you, Monica.
get one. Buy one, get one.
Buy one, get one. Buy one, get one.
Hey. So I noticed you're in food delivery?
Yeah, I bike up and down BK like 20 times a day. You know, not to brag or anything.
That's so cool. Do people ever like try to special request you because you're so good looking and then you scoot up in your bike and hand them the food and your eyes meet and you fall in love over pad thai?
No, I just do what the app tells me.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, you all right there, bro?
Yeah, just like my mom's veins are getting so thin that they're getting harder and harder to find, so it's hard to give her shots. So the nurses keep having to squeeze her tiny little wrist to make one pop up. Oh my God. Nice bike though, really, really hot.
Mom, just tell Donovan to go fuck right off. We can't all be geniuses, and you already had me, so.
Buy one, get one.
Okay, so I have an idea, but you have to promise not to laugh.
I don't foresee myself ever laughing again in this lifetime. Buy one, get one.
Hey, hear that? Buy one, get one. So, as you know, the restaurant has fallen on hard times.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah, but I, like all great leaders, have thought outside the box and consulted with various folks on how best to handle
Hey,
this.
that's a sexy fanny pack.
Fuck off.
Mom, just tell Donovan I love you, but I will rip the skin out of your body if you ever do that again. Just because you live 30 minutes away from us doesn't mean that you still have to do his laundry.
Monica, you can't let us down.
We need to fake a holdup.
What?
I'm serious. Buy one, get one?
Wait, are you crazy? We could all get arrested. That's illegal.
Okay, I know it sounds a little wild, but like, just hear me out.
Well, if one of us play a robber on a Monday afternoon, like how many guests have we had on Monday afternoons in the past couple years?
Since 2017, we've had 7 guests on Monday afternoons.
Great memory.
I used to do AP Physics. That ruined my life.
Designated robber will walk in. I'll be behind the cash register.
You can't use that thing.
Okay, you'll be behind the cash register. And designated robber says, blah, 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 I'm feeling low and I need some cash.
No solicitation. Lompo choritrohin fokir kichu jay na.
Okay, so with this flyer, you buy a cocktail and you get one for free.
Say it again in Spanish.
I don't think you'll understand it.
Sometimes things are better when you don't fully grasp the situation.
You are out of your mind. Get out of the sun.
Hold on, Mom. What's going on?
Monica has a plan to fake a holdup.
When I have a plan to be on network TV.
Hey, just hear me out.
Let me call you back, Mom. Tell Donovan to go fuck off. To go fucking fuck off! Many blessings, Mom. I love you so much. Okay, what's the plan?
So the robber's in downstream. Customers are saying, oh my God, terror, bullshit, my kids, whatever. Mary's behind the counter and you hand over the cash to the robber.
It's gonna be like 20 bucks.
Shut up. I'll put a full 200 in there.
Ooh.
Yeah, bitches.
Can I see that flyer?
Yeah, totally.
You've really lost it.
Okay, I think we can pull it off. Like, OG's an actor. I mean, I'm sure Chris has, you know, done some plays.
Oh my God, Monica's calling me gay?
Okay, he's definitely done a play.
Duh, I've been the Beast in Beauty and the Beast 3 times. After I came out, I might add.
Oh.
Oh, hey, buy one, get one?
Oh, yeah.
Buy one, get one?
Buy one, get one.
Buy one, get one.
Which is why we have to do this crazy sounding scheme where we act like, ha ha ha, I'm being robbed, and then collect donations from the community.
I'm a recovering alcoholic, and I don't think this is good for me.
Wow, the human mind is so fragile.
This is nuts,
This
right?
is not gonna happen. We're gonna get caught. I read the newspaper. People try to fake shit and then they get caught. Most actors try to fake shit and they can't, and they get paid to do it sometimes.
Oh, geez, stick with me. Oh, you're my favorite server.
We can hear you.
I mean, I understand the impulse. People are going online and they're buying followers. I know this because I have done it. I went on the internet and I clicked buy. You think I know 22,000 people? I don't know 15 people. Now, don't get me wrong, I think you're wrong, but I understand where you're coming from.
Never listen to actors. They're only speaking from their need for attention.
Yes, yes, I do need attention. but I'm also right.
Buy one, get one! Buy one, get one! It's all for the good of the company, Mary.
Okay, I'm going inside. I can't listen to this.
Wait, Mary, come on, just hear me out.
No, you're gonna get us all into trouble. Accept it, Monica. It's over. Jorge, it's all going to be boarded up in a week. Hello, Downstream Restaurant. Oh, hi, Nick. Yes, you could start showing the space. See you soon.
¿Por qué se está desnudando? ¿Qué es esto? ¿Qué pasó?
Just finish explaining.
Oh my
Do you
God,
all-
what the fuck? Bang, bang? No, Jorito, tiene que hablar con ella, pues se ha vuelto loca. Se está volviendo loca.
Look up and listen to me! Okay, the robber, having done the deed, says something like, "Stay down! This shit's still a robbery!" and leaves. And our customers will back us up. Easy peasy.
Okay, but what if a celebrity happens to be there?
Yeah. Or what about a casting director?
Yeah. Or like someone really cute who maybe wants to date you.
What about the police?
The cops can't get anything done in this district.
That's true. I'm still waiting on like 3 wallets.
I mean, this is totally morally wrong. I can't believe I'm the one that's saying this, but it is.
Okay, like, in the olden days, when there was a fire, people would line up with buckets of water and put the fire out. And you know what? When there was a sewage issue, people would line up with buckets and take the sewage out. But it is not like that anymore. No one has loyalty. And I can't give up on this. Please. Please. I can't let my family down. I can't let us down.
I mean,
Where you go, I go.
Well, show me a script.
Okay, why not, huh?
At least I get to wear a costume.
Are you an actor? Have you done any plays?
Well, actually, I've done a few plays.
Okay, we done with this?
Y'all getting money out here, man. I love it. I don't know if it's because, you know, all that immigrant blood flowing through your veins or because all this gentrification got the rent so high. This nigga in Brooklyn got 11 jobs each, and they don't even coincide. They don't even be congruent. Like my weed man got a degree in early childhood education. I'm like, y'all work hard. He is a school teacher and a drug dealer at the same damn time. I'm like, yo, get your money, black man, get your money. He do be getting on my nerves sometimes, though. He be getting on my nerves. I'll call him up like, yo, can I get an eighth? He'll say some teacher list. Like, I don't know. Can you? You be like, bro, may I have an eighth? What is... And put some extra in there. You getting on my nerves. He like, if I hook you up, I gotta hook everybody up. I'm like, you know what? I'm about to call up Boys and Girls High and get you fired because this don't even make no sense.
See, I have to worry about that. I'm from Detroit originally, and in Detroit, we have medical marijuana. And I got a medical marijuana card. Now, when my friends found out I had a medical marijuana card, they looked at me, they was like, medical? Ain't shit wrong with you? I was like, and you're right, and there never will be. taking this shit for preventative care. And it is preventative, by the way, right? It's preventative. Have you ever tried to be depressed and high at the same time? That damn shit's almost impossible. The other day I was at home, I was desperately trying to feel sorry for myself. I took a hit of weed. I wound up accepting my own apology. I was like, gee, you need to let that bitch go.
Serious? Grew up on real cartoons, like Popeye. Remember Popeye? Popeye was the first person to smoke weed on TV and get away with it, right? You telling me you putting spinach in the pipe? Get the hell out of here. Are you serious? You expect me to believe you chewing this? Get the hell out. Are you serious? He had the giggles in there and the act like this dude's getting high. Nobody's paying attention. Nobody's watching this dude smoke.
The subject of photography became a big topic in my work, like how people use and share images, why we share images, why we take photographs. And as photography became more and more ubiquitous in the world, it just became such an interesting topic and such an interesting subject to work with. I'm Penelope Imbrico, and I'm a multimedia artist. There's an aspect of revealing what's inside the black box. There's this term called knolling, the act of like disassembling stuff and then, or bringing together similar types of things and arranging them flat on a table in perpendicular fashion in a designy kind of aesthetic way, and then taking a photograph from the above. And so I thought it would be great to create a knolling table for this exhibition. This entire exhibition is also a kind of evolving e-waste intake center where people can bring stuff that they don't want anymore. They can also bring that stuff and take it apart and take a picture of it. One day I was here and there were a lot of high school students from Brooklyn Tech, and they just got so excited and they all came around the table and started taking things apart. Then they came the next day with their friends. And so it's been really great. And there is something so amazing about when you take something apart little bit by little bit and really understand what the thing that you carry around with and wake up with and go to sleep with is made of physically. I read some facts somewhere, like there's 52 billion tons of e-waste every year and only 10% of it gets recycled. To me, that's just insane. It's amazing to me how much e-waste there is and how little of it gets recycled. This project, Monument, is really about addressing the screen. Like when we're looking at a screen, we're actually not looking at the screen, we're looking right through it. So we have no idea what's inside it, how it works, and yet we're more intimate with this really than we are probably with our partners. So this exhibition tries to do two things. It's turning this idea of the black box inside out, and it's also articulating the physicality of the screen and making you actually really have to navigate that or understand that as a physical, liquid, messy object that we normally think of as being not physical and clean and slick. So the news has replaced the idea of horror in my mind. So these are live streaming newscasts. Some of them are live streaming and some of them are pre-recorded because some of the monitors won't accept cable. So we hooked up media players and we're playing pre-recorded news. So the web really affords us kind of study of looking across a certain kind of genre of photography and seeing what people are doing in that. there's a lot you can find in those images. It's fascinating, you know, how people take images and what they share and how they share it, and the sort of inconsequentiality of those images. Like, people are not interested in what they look like as a photograph. They're made really specifically just to take a picture of a TV to sell the TV. So when I decontextualize them and recontextualize them into my work, I'm actually finding groups of things, phenomena that happen that say something about who we are.
The process of creating art out of found objects, upcycling, repurposing, I've always done that. It's bred out of necessity, really. It goes back to this compulsion to create. I didn't go to school for art. I dropped out of high school when I was in my sophomore year. I took a GED, I never went to college. But I always felt compelled to create. And I also was raised here in Brooklyn in a financially disadvantaged family, so we never had money. So I found things to make, literally in my environment. I'm talking about from the time I was like 5 or 6. So this idea of, like, you know, seeing something and being like, I can make something with that, it's out of necessity. Necessity is the mother of all invention, right? So I've always looked to existing things in my environment and tried to figure out how I can flip them to express what I have this compulsion to express, whatever it is. I'm Patrick Dorr. I'm an artist and musician, a poet, a writer, a creative. I've been doing art in one form or another all my life, but I never would claim the title artist. If someone asked me if I was an artist, I'd say, no, I do art. I'm not an artist. I never wanted to commit to that because I didn't really understand what it was. I also felt that an artist was for a different type of person than I am. It's in the last couple of years, I feel like I'm starting to really own what it is to be an artist and feel comfortable with referring to myself as an artist. Being sober allows me to wake up and not come to. Being sober allows me to have a discipline and a direction that I didn't have when I was drinking and drugging. I've been sober 16 years by the grace of God. This disease of alcoholism and drug abuse went through my family like a plague. It literally took my uncles, my father, my older brother just died a month ago from alcoholism. So I count every day as a blessing. And I drank and drugged from the time I was 14 to 38. And I had to hit a real bottom before I turned my life around by the grace of God. But you know, not everybody gets that chance. The recovery that I've had from drinking, from alcoholism and drug abuse has been a spiritual process and a spiritual awakening. It changed my perspective. I still have a personality that is compulsive and obsessive, but now it's about art, writing, and music. My perspective has changed, and I've been given a second chance in life, and so every moment is precious. There's this idea that when I see something discarded, my first impulse is to want to pick it up, just to clean it up. You know, then the second is, well, what can I do with that? There's something that can be made from this. You know, we live in an incredibly wasteful society. So I think a lot of the stuff that I do, it doesn't start from a lofty concept. It's very much in the moment. It's like when I see rusty metal, when I see a discarded can, I'm not necessarily thinking ahead of time what I'm going to do with that. It's happening in the moment. This triptych this is about the divinity of Black women in particular. These are also about the goddess and fertility and creation. The models are all from Africa, so I was really conscious about making sure everything represented had something to do with creation and fertility and the goddess. So there's a lot of symbolism. All three, if you notice, have a cowrie shell over their third eye. They're gowns are from different sacred texts, the Quran, the Bible, Old Testament, and Buddhist Dharma. This is an ancient Celtic symbol for fertility. This is the alchemist symbol for creation. She's holding the Akan fertility symbol and the Ankh, which is a symbol of life. I am half African American and half Irish American, and born here in, like I said, in Brooklyn. When I was a little kid, we had one art book. It was called The History of Art. And I remember as a little kid pouring through that book, and the only part that really attracted me was the primitive art, the African art. I always felt drawn to it. And so as I got older, I just explored that more and felt that connection even deeper. When I do create sculptures out of found metal, that started with me wanting to have African masks and sculptures of my own, but not being able to afford them. You know, I'd walk and see a piece of rusted metal and think, I can make that into something that somewhat mirrors African art. I have, for the last 20 years, worked with young people and encouraged them to pursue their dreams. You know, this idea that you can be an artist. You know, you can be a young person of color from a financially disadvantaged background. You are worthy of being an artist. And I've tried to empower and support kids for that long, and I wasn't even taking my own advice. Started to feel a little bit like a hypocrite. So this leap that I've made in the last couple of months is really me kind of like listening to my own speeches of being worthy to be an artist. And God and the universe have been so affirming in these last few months. Things are really starting to happen.
Tap dancing is my way of communication, and it's become my voice, and it's become my expression. My name is Kazu Kumagai. I am a tap dancer. I was born and raised in a small city called Sendai City, Japan, and I grew up there until when I became 19. I started when I was 5, but because I was growing up in a small city in Japan, I couldn't find any tap school. I went to NYU to study psychology, but I found the advertisement. There's a school called Funk U, and it's a school for training program for Broadway show, bringing the noise, bringing the funk. I started training with the great teacher named Ted Levy, and he told me almost everything to be a tap dancer, like musicality and not just about the step, but also history and the culture, and always like there's a masters around there, like Gray Bunny, Buster Brown, Jimmy Slides, and Gregory Hines. That's where I really started learning. Basically, like I make sound with this. There's a metal and the toe here. With just this 4 sound basically. You can make music like drums, like this can be like bass sound. It's like snare. This is a higher note and this is lower notes. From the masters, teachers, they always sing the rhythm first. Civic ba, ba, digi, ba. Then I can do civic ba, So my teacher always told me, one is your best friend. So don't lose one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1.
Daddy started out in San Francisco, tooting on his trumpet, wild and mean. Suddenly a voice said, "Go for Daddy, spread your picture on the wider screen."
My teacher told me, speak with your feet instead of like performing, express yourself. It's always related to the jazz music, and it's always like a conversation and a call and response with the musicians.
It's a tingle in your fingers, tingle in your feet.
It's always the rhythm, and the sound is the most important thing.
It's a powerful beat. Yes, the rhythm of life is a powerful beat.
Come writers and critics, prophesize with your pen. Keep your eyes wide, the chance won't come again. Don't speak too soon, for the wheel's still in spin. There's no telling who that's naming. For the loser now will later be win. For the times there are a-changing.
The biggest difference I discovered when I started learning here was the musicality of the dance. Tap dancing is always related to the specifically jazz music. And it's always like a conversation and a call and response with the musicians. It's always the rhythm, and the sound is the most important thing. Here walking the street, hearing the sound, it's the biggest inspiration for me. And also my emotion always change the way I dance and change the rhythm. Main thing I do is mostly improvisation, and just like everyday life, it's like breathing. Not always the sound is important, but space is important. Always the pulse, just like the heartbeat, makes the rhythm going. Good rhythm, wonderful life, and that's my belief.
Since I was kids, I always wanted to make some weird dream kind of feelings. I'm Maiko Kikuchi, Brooklyn-based artist. I'm making painting, collages, sculpture, and puppetry. All the time, my art is related to the daydreams, which is my big theme, continuous theme for my creation. So my collage is the tools for making my daydreams. One time I made almost 100 collages for one summer, which is my challenge. So I just needed to train myself how to follow my instinct. This is rough collage. Cut it out and then paste on the paper. That's a locket. I took one puppetry class, which is led by Theodore Skittles, one of the really great puppet artists in New York. After I took her class and like learning about the puppetry, I'm really into the expression about the puppetry. My performance face, this is actually my grandfather's face. It's pretty big. The trick is, it gets small face too. That's like one of the tricks for the show. I applied for the puppet lab at Sentence Warehouse in Dumbo. Somehow I got in. I was so lucky. And then that was like the first time I make my theater puppetry work in my life. First time I make the object theater, which is called Daydream Anthology. I decided to make something continue from the Daydream Anthology.
7, 8, 9, 10. You got it?
I recently made the 20-minute short piece, Daydream Tutorial. So I combine the object and animation, and then like me wearing mask and perform. It's me showing how to make something.
Daydream tutorial.
But it's not like ordinary tutorial.
How to shape your face.
Repeat the movement 10 times. Okay. Here is an example.
Yeah. I think me as an artist here, my like Brooklyn days, which is like totally different between Japan. So every time I kind of like feel a little like unusual or the things I'm not used to, which kind of makes me feel like I'm in the daydreams. So that's always caused me to like make my piece.
10 times. Here is an example. 1, 2. You got it?
Whenever like I talking about my like artworks, I always like wondering which part I should like begin, I should start to talk about. That's a really hard part, but I really enjoy how I create my artworks.
It's interesting because I have felt the most alive moments right after I thought I was going to die. I was in a strike and I almost got killed. Literally killed.
It was almost normal to somehow witness a criminal act. Getting things stolen or being attacked or assaulted for reasons that at the time I couldn't comprehend, but it became like something normal in the country. I was covering via photography and videography like a bunch of the strikes that were going on in my country, because the only channel that it was covering a lot of what was happening, it was NTNT24, and it's a Colombian channel. So I started documenting what was happening, and in the middle of the strike, things got really crazy.
That was insane. I was 17 when that happened. I spent literally like 2 months in my house. Like my parents after that didn't let me go out. After that, I realized that my life was actually in danger. My name is Maria Angela, and I'm from Venezuela. I'm 21 years old, and I'm living in Bushwick in Brooklyn, New York. Perfecto. I finally talked to my family. I made the decision of like starting a new life here. I became very like lonely, and I just started documenting like the changes that I was going through. So like I have a lot of photos that represent kind of like that solitude. You know, I started just doing self-portraiture of like how it felt to like just wake up and like having uncertainty. I think taking a camera was a way for me to express myself. I started journaling a lot, and I started kind of like documenting what it was like, that process of becoming a young adult, like my womanhood in a way, my early stage of a womanhood. And it became like a lot of self-portraiture, but just of how empty and how sad and how nostalgic it was to just kind of start from a place where I sincerely did not have anything, and how that was like my only option. Like that was the decision that I took that led me into all of this. And for sure it wasn't easy, and it still is not, but what I do think it's really beautiful is being able to, through photography, kind of like see the starting point of that decision and like have it all documented until now, like from 17 until now that I'm 21, just seeing that change, how I adapt, and how my roots still come from that little girl that grew up vulnerable, exposed, and like is stronger in a way. It is not much different at the beginning when you move from Venezuela to other country, because you have to like shred that skin, you know what I mean? So in the first year and a half, I was like going back and forth like, with people, and I feel like the need of almost disattaching myself in order for me to sincerely be able to adapt to my reality here in the States. It was so sad because I was moving forward with my life. You know, I was like, oh yeah, I'm doing this project. And then my friends over there, they're like, that must be cool. Like, I'm just here. Like, I'm just really trying to make it through the day. The other photos that I have here on my wall, this one, it's with my grandma. I was having issues with how to cope with my feelings, and I guess I started drinking a lot of alcohol even though I was underage. Like I was just coping with a lot of that, and my grandma has been so understanding always, so sweet and so kind. And these two portraits, I did not took them, but I was able to do a talk at FIT about self-portraiture and photography, being able to encourage other people to find the beauty in their own things and in their insecurities, and to document their lives is really beautiful. I feel like something that I learned a lot from like migrating is that it showed me that you're not entitled at all, like not even in your own country, you know what I mean? Like what is really important is that we all get the same human rights, and that's something that has been incredibly violated. If all of those things are being taken away from you, if you sincerely want to make your life better, that's when you make your decision, and that's when the dream starts.
This more than just a poem, I'm more than just a poet, akin to stardust, and tell myself till I know it, yeah. That ain't lust for the fame or the fortune. I claim what I was born with, flame return and whirlwinds, cosmic vibrations that are dancing under.
for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Hi! Did you see that? I was pretending to be on an elevator.
Yeah, I've seen it before. What are you doing here?
Morning!
Hello. What time did you call this? Huh?
3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm sorry.
How are you?
My groin is on the mend.
Really?
Yeah.
I was thinking about your poor vagina all night.
It is remarkable. Yeah.
I'm gonna record you. I'm gonna record you. Obviously, this will all be on the record, right? You are a journalist. You are a journalist. It's gonna be a big scoop. I'm recording you. I'm recording you. I'll record you. I'm gonna record you now. You're on the record. You're on the record. No. You're on the record.
Hey, what is this?
Oh, I whittled it, or rather sculpted it.
But what is it? It's an elephant goat man. Smells like fish in here.
That's the point. I'm making salmon.
Oh. It hides the smell of the weed. Cool.
We used to make bacon for the smell, but then we watched this documentary on pigs.
Oh, was it about how smart they are?
No, it was about how horribly they're treated. You know, they're held in these tiny little pens, thousands of them all together, eyeball to ass, no space to be themselves, and then eventually someone comes and kills them. It just grossed me out. I want my food to be free, you know?
We watch a lot of documentaries. Okay, I'm ready for you. Okay. What do you want me to do?
Just talk.
Talk. All right, talk. Oh.
Hey, I was also going to ask you about doing the show. Would you think about doing like 10 minutes at the show?
Yeah, I would think great about it.
Really?
Yeah.
You would think great about it?
Yeah.
I'd love for you to do that.
Yeah.
You know how Rachel's doing her sexy grandma? Mm-hmm. And then I'm doing my like normal self, just like inescapably sexy.
Super sexy. Naturally.
So like you could be a little break in between for people to just stop being so turned on, you know?
Yeah, like a palate cleanser.
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Well, I was going to tell you about my movie idea.
Great.
Okay, Jaws, the movie, but the gender roles are swapped. So I don't know how much you remember about Jaws. The opening shot is a woman skinny dipping, and she's doing the backstroke or something, right? And, you know, then all of a sudden, bam, no legs. And of course, you know, it's probably a lady shark, right? Sorry, a female-bodied shark. Like, F Hollywood, right? Like, they think it's some emotional lady shark. She's probably on her period or something. And then, you know, the rest of the movie is just white male-driven conflict. There's the overworked police chief who just wants to keep everyone safe. There's the mayor who just wants the town to make money. There's the scientist, Dreyfus.
Yeah.
Dreyfus. And then there's a sea captain. Like, what, are we in the 1800s or something? Thought Jaws was made in the 70s. Anyway, the women in the film, they're either naked, or they're being eaten by creatures, or they're at home making jam.
Someone making jam in Jaws?
No, I just mean they don't get to do much. So, that's my idea. A shot-for-shot remake of Jaws with the gender roles flipped.
And who are you playing?
What do you mean?
Obviously you're gonna be in the movie, right? So who are you playing?
I thought I might be Police Chief Brody.
Why?
I like his outfit.
You look good in a uniform.
Well, thank you very much.
Great. Honey.
Your story is so fascinating. A little bit less. Your story is really, really fascinating. I'm fascinated by your story. Me? Oh, well, I studied economics, but my real love is journalism. And they say that when you really love your writing, then it just comes out. No, it's way too cheesy. Okay, do you have a cat of your own? When did you realise that being raised by a cat wasn't normal? Are you a cat person yourself? This is being recorded. This is going to be recorded. Do you mind if I record this? Is that okay? Yeah, that's really interesting. I'll make a note of that. Yeah. Wow. My goodness. My goodness. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, thanks for asking. Yeah, this was my mother's ring. And actually, my mother did make us chase mice quite often. But that was just to keep the house clean. What would you say your spirit animal is? I look stupid in this blazer. I'm going to take it off.
I brought you a gluten-free pastry.
Actually, I'm about to go on a run, so I'll pass on the pastry.
Oh. More for me. I don't know, that was like a pirate or something. Anyway. Oh, you're gonna go running right now?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, all right. Well, I am sending out the Evite with the details for the wedding tonight, so.
Yeah, I have to figure out if I can make it. It's a big time of year for mattress heaven.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, the new year is when most people purchase mattresses, so we have to prepare for the shopping craze.
Oh, wow.
We actually have this promotion right now if people buy a queen-size pillow top mattress, we toss in a throw pillow. Actually does really well for the foot traffic lately, so I can't really leave willy-nilly.
Foot traffic? For throw pillows?
They're embroidered.
People really go gaga for pillows, huh?
Yeah, some people. I mean, they like to come in, test the pillows. They like to squeeze them.
I never really consider the pillows I buy. I just get the cheapest ones.
Pillows are important.
Yeah.
We're also doing a promotion, 2-for-1 bunk beds.
Who needs 4 bunk beds?
You'd be surprised.
Well, I really hope you can make it.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted.
Okay. Bye, Missy.
Bye.
There she is. Lola Lucio. How are you?
No, seriously, guys, please leave me alone.
I gotta study.
Look, I don't want to be rude, but this is a really, really big deal. Catman's on his way here.
Oh, I will sit down. Thank you so much. Copy. Thank you so much. You didn't notice?
Notice what exactly?
You lost your virginity.
Good for you.
I'm just no. I got a tattoo. You did?
Not seeing where it is exactly.
Oh, you got your lip liner tattooed. No, You said it's much right smaller than- here. Look.
That is a freckle, boo-boo.
Yes, it's a freckle tattoo. I got one of those stick and poke sets from online. Tiny. No time out. Yeah. And then I read this article that says that beauty marks are totally back in. Did you was that article from 1991? No, they are 1993? back in. And I want to do one of those freckles on your lip, like
Cindy Crawford.
Cindy Crawford. I think right here. Sydney Poitier.
That's a good one. No.
What are
Not
you?
Cindy Poitier. Tattoo a cold sore on the other side.
I can tattoo a cold sore on my face. So authentic.
You're gonna write this?
Who's that guy?
Oh yeah. You gotta be nice, or I am going to tattoo a cold sore on your face. All right? Dab and poke your
dab
face.
and no.
And what would you like? Can you join my eyebrows together in the middle? You want free to color that up, Please. right? I'm in.
Excuse me, sorry, is it right if we order, please? Yeah,
Do that. Do that.
Yeah.
Thank you. You go do that.
What can I get you?
I recommend the tuna fish.
Just the tuna? Like a patty melt, just plain tuna?
I mean, it's all good. You could also try the milk or cream, which they serve in a bowl.
Thanks for the tip. I'm gonna have the tuna melt with fries.
Abusive waitresses.
Not cute.
Wait, is that your suit for the wedding?
No, this is actually, I brought this for Sheila.
She's wearing a suit.
Yeah.
Why would you marry yourself?
I don't know, why not?
Well, I guess if you propose to yourself and you say yes to yourself, then the next natural step is you're gonna marry
So look, I'm not yucking anybody's yum.
Right.
She asked me to officiate, so.
Hi! Congratulations!
We have so many questions for you.
Right.
I have answers, maybe not.
Are you surprised?
Love you.
Is this how you guys talk right before I walk up?
All the time.
Kind of, yeah. What are you gonna wear for the wedding?
I think I'm gonna maybe wear a brooch.
Cool. Being summoned by the bride. Right? Bridegroom.
What is this?
No hot water at home.
Interesting. Your story is just so fascinating.
Oh, it's quite common.
No.
Yeah, I'm in a support group, actually.
Seriously?
One of my buddies was raised by horses.
Do people call you White Rachel to your face?
Who calls me White Rachel?
It's all right if I take the conversation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you sure? It's just so that it's on the records.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. So obviously I've heard bits and pieces of your story from various sources, but it'd be really great if you could just start from the beginning and tell it in your own words.
From the cat's mouth, so to speak.
Oh, I really feeling like that. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. It was just a joke, you know. If I have to make light of the whole situation, that's the only way I think I was able to survive.
Of course, yeah.
Well, I'll start at the very beginning. My mom was from a small town in Ohio, and she was a star there. She would, to have the lead in all of the town productions, like A King and I, or whatever. Do you know A King and I? They made a movie called Anna and the King about it. Same idea. My dad was a traveling musician, so he would come to her town every once in a while. Milan, it's spelled like Milan, Italy, but pronounced Milan, like Milan, Ohio. They fell in love, and he moved her up to the Bronx, which got her this little apartment. She made curtains out of bed sheets and clothes out of curtains.
Why didn't she just make the clothes out of the sheets?
What?
Sorry, it doesn't matter, carry on.
She also found this little cat, little stray cat. Cute little thing.
What's going on?
Anyway, she kept...
Catman. Oh, that's the Catman. Catman do me up the ass.
Yeah.
she was certain that he'd make her get an abortion because all he wanted to do was play the tuba. And then, as fate would have it, he booked a European tour.
Wow.
So he was out of the country for 6 months. When he came back, she had had the baby. Me.
I don't normally do dudes, but Catman do me.
Oh,
This pussy I'd make an exception, you know what I mean? That head of hair. Head of lettuce.
You don't think it's too much hair?
There's no such thing. I'd like to see the bottom.
So she raised me in secret. And when she needed to leave to go to work or to see him, she chained me and our cat Pumpkin to the crib.
Pumpkin?
Yeah, Pumpkin. What did you say?
Pumpkin.
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 Pumpkin. Yeah, it's like pumpkin, but with an N instead of an MP.
Why pumpkin?
I'm not sure.
Okay, sorry. Carry on.
Pumpkin and I became very close. You know, I spent over 30 hours a week, probably. Maybe more, chained to that crib with Pumpkin. My mom would bring us milk in bowls at first, and then as I got older, tins of sardines.
Tins?
Yeah.
What about using the bathroom?
I had diapers.
And what about Pumpkin?
A cat doesn't wear diapers.
I have this joke. I made it up. So it's like a vet talking to a person, and the person doesn't know that they're a vet, and they say, "Wow, you know a lot about animals." And the vet goes, "Yeah, I'm a bit of a pedophile." So that's well, that's it.
That's it?
Pedophile.
It's not funny. Hey, do you have any money for me?
Yeah, it's back at the booth.
Hey, good. I'll pick it up on my way out.
Great. Be glad to get it off my hands.
Hey, does this look okay? I mean, I know it's a little funky, but I think I can pull it off. I feel like powerful in it. It's like a power suit.
Or like a clown suit.
Your whole life isn't normal when you're raised by a cat. First of all, my mannerisms are weird. And then everyone makes fun of you because once in 5th grade at a sleepover party, you confide in a friend, and then it's all over town.
And what happened with your parents?
Oh, they reconciled. They didn't see each other for about a year, but then he came back. They got married. We all moved to New Jersey. My brothers were born, and Pumpkin died.
I'm
But
sorry.
I think it was a broken heart because I grew up and wasn't chained to the crib with her anymore.
Must have been so hard.
Pumpkin was my other mother from another mother.
Of course.
So that's the whole scoop. I hope you can use it.
Yeah, I think I can. The
Yeah.
one thing is, do you think you can introduce me to some of your friends who have also had some animal experiences so I can interview them too? Yeah, great.
That sounds good. I mean, some of them are quite shy, you know, depending on which animals raise them.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I read that story of yours about Vesuvius, the masturbators. That was
Yeah.
a great story.
It's a great story, but it ended up actually not being true. The source had lied to me, unfortunately. Yeah, kind of embarrassing.
Well, still a great story, even if it isn't true.
Is your story real? You prick.
Do I look at you?
Yeah, look at me. Look at me. Okay, so talk.
Talk about what?
Tell me your name, and are you nervous? Are you excited?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi. Can I say hi?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Hey, my name is Nora Hopkins, and I'm feeling I actually have a hard time identifying my feelings, like, in the moment. sometimes it's like years later that I'm like, oh, I was angry. Right now, I'm feeling, I'm not nervous, no, not excited. Oh, I'm a little bit hungry. There is a certain type of emptiness that happens after you've like been filmed, I feel like.
What's up, penguins?
Hi.
Hey.
How are you?
Good. Did you notice I called you penguins?
I did. I liked it.
Is that a new thing, or?
I'm trying to find more gender-neutral greetings.
Oh, okay.
I think we say guys too much, right? Hey,
Guilty.
guys.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Yeah.
What do you want to do tonight, guys?
Hey, guys. Right.
Hey, penguin.
Hey, cockatoo. Hey, we're getting started now. Okay. So come on in. There's a hot crowd. You guys can come too. See you later.
Bye. Okay, hop in.
I like cockatoo.
Yeah, I like it too.
Yeah, cockadoodle do.
Which do you like better, cockatoo or penguin?
Oh, it's like Sophie's choice. I think I like cockatoo. It's nice.
I like cockatoo. I like penguin.
Uh-huh.
I like...
Penguins mate for life.
They do? Is that real?
Either that or they're gay. I forget which one.
So I got my start on YouTube. And I'm really proud of my work there. You might have seen me on Bronx Zoo Monkey Imitates Girl with Allergies. Anyone else here depressed? Try being depressed on a trampoline.
I feel like you're getting right up on my teeth here, and my mother's gonna say, why do we pay for all those braces?
You think your mother's gonna watch this?
So at my age, when I get a new birthmark, it's gotta be cancer. Right? It's cancer disease. So anyways, I'm old. I'm a very old woman. And my body is just starting to really crepe up like the dessert. Just like real wrinkly, like a crepe. Yes? And you know what? Humans, they don't appreciate crepes. They don't appreciate the skin, but you know who does? Turtles! Turtles! Yeah, turtles. Because they got that skin, right? They got that crepey skin. Yeah, it's all wrinkly. So the other day I was walking down the street and I saw a turtle, right? She was owning it. She was owning her skin. I hear you in the back. You like it. All right. So I'm old, but I like to fuck, right? You can tell. So I take off my grandma sweater. Oh, TJ Maxx, I take it off. I'm a sexy grandma. She's asleep. This one right here is asleep. Okay.
Have you ever done a rebirthing?
Not that I know of.
Oh, you should think about doing it.
Who goes on dates? Anyone? Am I the only one? Jesus! This is gonna be an awkward story to tell.
What is that? Is it like a vaginal rejuvenation?
No, but you should think about doing that too.
I think I'm good there. Nothing ever goes in there, so I should be good.
All right, cut.
Yeah, I never met an animal that had anything interesting to say. Welcome to the stage right now, your headliner, Nora Hopkins!
Hi everyone, thank you for coming out. Good to be out of my room. Spend a lot of time indoors these days, just straddling that fine line between tweezing and self-harm. I've been wishing lately that I could outsource skiing, that like something to do that.
Hey, Missy, it's me again. I'm just calling because I was thinking about you and also wondering if you're going to be able to make it tomorrow. I really hope you can come. I don't want to do this by myself. I was hoping you could give me away. So anyway, give me a call back when you get a chance. NBD, no big deal. Actually, it is kind of a big deal. So if you could, if you could call me back and let me know either way, BD, that would be really great. Okay, anyway, I guess I'll... Hey, Mick. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. Where are you coming from?
Oh, you know, I had a drink.
Yeah, I see that. You look like Bambi trying to learn how to walk for the first time.
Oh, you're so dear to me. Get it?
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, I just feel so warm and good, you know.
That's real. That's awesome.
Like butter melting, you know. You just like let go of all the stupid things that are stressing you out and just feel good in the moment.
Yeah.
I've been told that I have a funny sneeze, and you know that's not like exactly amazing comedy, but it's like these days we'll take a laugh where we can get it, right? So I have a funny sneeze, and what do you say to somebody when they say to you have a funny sneeze? Like, hey, right back at you. It's like a little word joke. But so here's my impression of myself with this famous funny sneeze of mine. I actually don't want to do that. I don't feel like doing that, I'm sorry. Okay. It's one of those times for me where like do you ever get this way where everything is too much of an effort? I mean, I brush just the front of my hair, do you know what I mean?
Look at all these street lights. Isn't it just like gorgeous out here?
Yeah.
Something to confess to you.
What?
So earlier for lunch, I had sausage with peppers and onions, and like, I'm worried my breath smells terrible right now.
Let me smell.
Oh.
I mean, it does smell like sausage, but it's not bad.
I know, okay. You know, one time I ate a dog biscuit, and it wasn't even by accident. I just ate it because it was there.
A dog biscuit, ladies and gentlemen, a dog biscuit.
You can probably tell I'm not from here. I'm Texan. No, just kidding. I'm Irish. I'm an immigrant, so not around for much longer. Well, we'll see. I mean, I'm one of the white ones, so I'm okay for the time being. I've been cancelling a lot of plans because of Syria. Okay. Thank you.
Let's go back to my place.
Oh, I mean, I can't.
Why not?
I'm with Brian, you know.
Oh, I know.
Ew, I know.
I can't. I mean,
Come on, you just kissed me.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm totally.
Sorry,
I'm
really?
No, I'm so attracted to you, and I just got a little carried away. It's weird. It's just confusing. You know, I really like you.
Just another straight girl.
Oh, come on. It's not like that. I'm not. It's.
Yeah,
I
it is
care
like
about
that.
you.
Okay.
Come on,
All right.
what are you doing?
Well,
Where are
have
you
a good night.
going? No, come on, Mick.
Bye, straight girl, thanks!
It's like we're on a spectrum.
But I mean, it's just really hard to focus on doing comedy when it's like there's all these old men in Washington, D.C. deciding what's going to happen to women's bodies, and they're actually senile. Like, it's not like, you know, oh, I disagree with them. It's like, no, those are senile old men. They should just be in a wicker wheelchair rocking on their plantations or wherever the fuck they came from. But instead, they're deciding what's going to happen to us. So, yeah, I think that, so dating, so let's do some dating stuff. Dating doesn't matter. And what else happens? So, yeah, it's the Nazis are back.
so there's bigger things to worry about. It doesn't really, yeah, so I don't mean to get all like, you know, like nothing matters, but is there anything? Is there anything? You guys think of anything? Yeah, I mean, okay, this is an interesting exploration, sort of self-absorbed, about like the thin line between comedy and tragedy. Sorry to take up your time, and good night, everyone. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
Nora! Nora! What? Where are you going? I'm leaving. I have to get out of here. Why? I told you that I wasn't into it, and now look what happened. We're gonna stay, we're gonna have some drinks, I've got friends. We're gonna have drinks and mingle. Yeah. Did you see what happens in there?
You killed. They laughed so hard, you were hilarious.
No, I did not kill. Now, I certainly didn't bomb as hard as you just bombed and humiliated yourself in there, but I didn't kill.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you bombed?
Yeah. But you know what? I did this for you. I did this for us.
You did what? Created an epic silence in a shitty Brooklyn bar in the middle of the night. For me. How's that helpful to me?
I did it for you because you said that your profile needs to be bumped up or you're going to lose your visa.
I don't even know if I want to stay in this country. No offense, but it's a disaster, and what you're doing is really inadequate at best.
Inadequate?
Yeah, it's pathetic.
All right, fine. Sorry that the things I'm trying to help both of us do are too pathetic for you.
You're doing sexy grandma while there's white supremacists in the White House. Congratulations.
Yeah, Nora, I know there's white supremacists in the White House. You don't have to tell me that. Fucking idiot.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day? How much? 75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
See, your method is good.
You just messed me
Wait,
up, man.
never mind.
You just screwed me up.
What's this from?
This?
Mm-hmm. Did you get a wart burned off?
No. Do I look like someone who had warts?
I had warts. People get warts, you know. Look. That's a wart. That's a wart. You don't get it from kissing pigs, okay? Or being inbred. People get warts.
All right, I believe you.
So what's it from?
Oh. So.
Mick, hi.
Hey,
What are you doing?
trying to open the safe.
Okay, why?
Because there might be money in it.
Well, are you good at opening safes?
I don't know. I've never done it before.
Well, I have $900 saved for my dress.
Good for you.
I mean, I could give it to you.
No. Keep your money for your dress.
I just want to help you out, and you can be done paying back Karen sooner, you know? I'm sorry about last night. I know I had too much to drink, and I don't want things to be weird between us, you know? I really do like you, and your friendship means a lot to me. I told Brian about it. He didn't even care.
Really?
He was like, oh, hot.
Interesting.
So I'm in this acting class in college, right? Like we all have been. And the teacher says we're gonna do this activity where everyone stands up in front of the class and we all shout out what parts these people can play, right?
Awkward.
The teacher says looks are a very important part of being an actor, right? So, you know, the kids get up and everyone's shouting out, stoner, you know, girl next door, ingenue. And finally it's my turn. I get up in front of the class, and what do you think happens?
What?
Silence. Dead silence. Crickets. And I'm up there, I'm smiling, you know, I'm giving my best. I'm like, somebody throw me a bone here, right? Nothing. It's like, a 100 times longer than that. 100 times longer. Yeah.
Awful. That's the worst.
So bad. I feel like you could be, you know, a teacher. You look like a prisoner. You could be a murderer.
Thank you. I mean, that would have been great. I mean, no, I think I could be a boy next door, like a cop or whatever. Cheerleader.
Right.
Well, so finally this one guy gets up and he like raises his hand. He's like, well, you could be one of those people who stands on the street and says, do you have a minute for the whales?
Oh, no, that's not what you want.
Right?
That's not what you want, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I was wearing Tevas.
It was Halloween. I was in college, like a freshman in college, and I was on one of those old-ass stationary bikes, like exercise bikes. For some reason, I was barefoot. And I got my pinky toe stuck in one of the gears, right? And so I was trying to wiggle it out. I couldn't get it out. Tried to pull it out. Couldn't get it out. So I decided to use my pinky and stick it in the gear and hold it open so I could get my toe out, which I did. But then what I don't realize is that my other leg is still on the other pedal, right? And then, whoosh, I stepped down on the pedal with my pinky still stuck in the gear, and it basically took the whole finger almost all the way off of my hand. I mean, it was like dangling at this angle.
Gross. Ew.
Yeah.
Why do you ask?
It was gross.
Hey, you made it.
Yep. Is that what you're wearing?
Yep.
Oh, it looks really used. So.
It's borrowed, actually. It's mixed. You
Oh.
know, symbolic, something borrowed, something blue, something old, borrowed and old.
So are we actually doing this today?
Yeah, everyone's outside. I was covered in blood, holding my pinky, and stumbling up the stairs. And I finally run into a bunch of people that I knew, like roommates, and they had been decorating for the Halloween party. So they see me like this, covered in blood, and they're like, "Oh my God, Karen, that's amazing! That's so realistic. How did you do that?" And I was like, "No, fucking help me, please help me!" And they were like, "Ha ha ha."
So gross. Just real blood all over you.
They realized I wasn't fucking around, and I went to the hospital, and they sewed it back on.
Is that true?
Scout's honor.
That's disgusting.
Okay.
I really think you should stop this because you probably won't even get in. And if you do, I mean, I'm sure Nora would be really pissed. Just let me give you the money.
No, keep your money. I'd probably end up spending it on fixing my Bluetooth anyway.
You have a Bluetooth?
Yeah, I have an actual Bluetooth.
Oh, whoa.
Another present from my days doing cocaine.
Oh, gosh. I didn't realize that could happen.
Yeah, well, I wasn't exactly at the top of my dental hygiene game back in those days, you know?
Yeah. Well. Oh my God. Oh, you did it. What's in there?
I think it's...
What does it say?
It's a recipe for tuna noodle casserole.
Huh.
It's just my fucking luck.
That's a weird thing to have in a safe. I mean, you can just go online and find that recipe anywhere.
Yeah.
I love tuna noodle casserole.
Really?
If you could, like, be in any movie for 20 minutes, like living that movie, what would it be?
As my actual life?
Yeah.
You ever see Keeping the Faith?
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Do you want some tea?
No. Nora, I think we need to address the elephant in the room.
I don't see any elephants. All I see is just like that funny frog in the window. It's kind of tacky, no? Funny though.
I think you owe me an apology.
Okay, sexy grandma, I'm really sorry if you're in there. It must be really difficult to have your bra on the outside of the whole of your life, to be competing with all these hot younger women for these guys.
And
Rachel, I would actually be lost without you. I hope you know that, and I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Baby girl.
I love you.
I me too. Even though I said all that.
Of course, and girl, I know there are white supremacists in the White House.
Right, I was checking.
Okay, you don't have to.
Right, sorry.
Yeah, it's
I'm so
okay.
sorry.
There's like some sludge coming up from the sink.
Ew.
Oh no, I think that might be 1,000-year-old salsa. I'm really sorry. What was you supposed to do with it? You have to throw it down the sink.
Yeah, I don't know. I never know that with salsa. It's too chunky for the sink, but it's too runny for the garbage. Like, where do you put it?
Babes.
You put it in the toilet.
Oh.
So, I don't want to seem harsh, but this honestly is a little pathetic.
Pathetic? No. I guess I just looked at my life and I saw all these missed opportunities and lost potential and all these ways in which my voice had been stifled. And not only that, all these ways in which I had stifled my own voice. And I wanted to say that ends today. That ends here, you know? And I felt like a formal ceremony would help me do that, to say I love myself. I take my own side. I'm on my own team from now on, you know?
Okay. This is honestly really weird. All right. But I'm gonna play along. So
you know
it's
what?
fine.
I don't want you to play along. All those people out there are here because they may not understand why I'm doing this, but they understand that it's important to me to do this. And so if you can't be one of those people, you should just leave.
I'm not leaving. Look, I brought you flowers. And they're blue. And I'm wearing blue. Okay.
Yeah, you're both blue.
How much more supportive can I be?
you could be a lot more supportive.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I guess maybe I'll just keep these and...
No, I would... Are you a conductor?
I'm dancing. See? Look how great I look holding the flowers and dancing.
Okay, just give me the flowers.
This is what your first dance is gonna look like? You're just...
No, I'm a much better dancer than you. Can you just give me the flowers?
I really doubt that. I took 1 year of hip-hop in 5th grade,
well,
so...
You want me to show you what hip-hop dancing looks like?
Oh, yeah,
You gotta
I do.
get, like, dirty.
Oh,
You gotta
no,
get,
please don't show me that.
Do a little, like, twerk.
If I give you
gotta
one
get
word
dirty
advice,
if you're gonna hip-hop.
you're not gonna do that on the dance floor. Okay, take the flowers.
Thank you.
Ugh. Why me? This one? Aha.
I hear there's a clogged sink.
Oh, yeah, they send you too?
Yeah.
What about me? Says I know how to fix a sink.
I don't know. Nothing. Why do people think I can fix things? The only thing I'm good at is Ethel Merman impersonations. What do we got? Let's see under the hood. Oh, yeah, this'll really do it. Oh, he's got a brother. How'd you get the red hair? Okay. I didn't do it.
Aha! This is the one.
That? What's that thing gonna do?
This is gonna...
Plug it up?
This is like a plunger.
Ouch. Okay, yeah, that looks right.
Okay.
How'd they get the tomatoes in there?
Look, I think this is how they were making salsa.
Who put salsa down the drain? That's not where it goes.
I don't know, these people are animals.
Just, get in there. I know you know how to get in there.
Cute. You're referring to that... Hey.
You got that upside down.
This?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I'd like to have her upside down.
Like to clean those pipes. We should do this more often.
We really should. You want to try it?
No. Yeah, I'll leave that to you.
What were you talking about?
Just hanging out.
Me too.
It's always good. Okay, this is for you, for Sheila. We want to say congratulations. Okay, so let's say with all of cheers, Sheila. Cheers, you guys. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Say this to Sheila.